Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Maverick News Channel. Hello, Maverick family. We have a special guest joining us tonight. He'll be in on the other side of our opener. Michael Bator of the PPC, People's Party of Canada, is here to help us make sense of, well, the title of our program tonight. And the thumbnail, it's WTF was 2025. What the F was 2025. It's been a crazy year, especially in politics. Our country kind of put through the ringer, and Michael is here to help us reflect on that. So stay with me because it's going to be a heck of a ride. We'll be right back.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are Maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, defending free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity, the Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Treasures to protect, built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, developed by Brightleaf Innovations, proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Okay, let's bring our guest in. Welcome back, Michael Bator. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thanks so much for asking. How are you doing, Rick?
I am perplexed.
I got that feeling from the title.
Yeah, which brings me to the first question of the night. What the F was 2025?
It's a long roller coaster story, I'd say. I guess we could do it chronologically. In January, sniffing elections, Trudeau scandals,
Yeah.
suddenly a snap election in Ontario, snap election federally.
Yeah,
And
some of this stuff it seems like so long ago now to me, but it really wasn't that long ago at all because there has been so much that has happened in the past year that it's been like compressed in my mind. It's like, how did
but
all
it,
that happen in 12 months?
it's the attack vectors are many, and they're from all directions, right? They've got a very good team of Agenda 2030 project managers, and we're paying the price for that. I think if we want to say what happened, everyone would have expected a conservative, either small majority or a minority. And we saw the tax go up in flames with some trickery and shenanigans from our friend who had 430,000 votes for the leadership and eliminated about 300,000 of those and suddenly wins our first unelected prime minister. I mean, that is a WTF moment in itself. Wouldn't you agree? Like, I mean, how we started is we're going to go 20 points. Conservative people are talking about mass immigration, cost of living, crime, all the things that are actually going to help our lives if we could fix. And suddenly it becomes all about Trump. Like, in my opinion, what do you think happened there? Because I really thought that the conservatives would come through and maybe we ride a bit of a coattail, get a seat maybe, or strengthen our position because of just how, because you know me, I've been canvassing since 2021, well, 2022, and very extensively in 24 and 23. And a lot of people were worried about crime, congestion in their cities, stop building skyscrapers with no parking lots. Why do I have to wait 12 hours at a hospital? We had people die waiting. We had a gentleman, a young man, die in Burlington at Joseph Brant, couldn't get seen. And just recently we had another incident in Edmonton. And that's what Canadians were worried about. Their kids being able to afford a house. The kids I talked to were pissed off. They're getting $30 an hour and he can't live on his own. Like, that's insane. Like, we used to be able to have a family in the 80s on what this guy's making. And people were talking about that. And all of a sudden it changed. And I haven't still quite put my finger on it exactly how it happened. Maybe it's because Trump, the TDS thing came in and that was the big PSYOP play. Nobody put their policies out until very late in the campaign. I can't remember which one actually put it out after the early voting. And I still haven't come to terms with exactly, how did that change from worrying about your kids, mass immigration, healthcare waits, congestion, all these things, Rick? And then I'll put it out to you maybe to help me there, because I don't know exactly what it is except to say maybe it's TDS and tariffs stole the election. What's your opinion on what you think happened?
Well, my opinion on a lot of stuff has really evolved and shifted a lot, frankly, over the past 2-3 years on a lot of these issues. And as a result, I mean, I think there are quite a few issues right now where you and I aren't quite in alignment because of my perspective on it. Even when you said that Carney was the first unelected prime minister, like I kept hearing that as rhetoric, but I know it's not true. Like,
well, can you explain that part to me? Because
sure.
He didn't have a seat, right? So I'm assuming you're not elected by the public.
Yep.
But you're elected by your party, but that's misleading, right? To me, and maybe I got misled.
Because because people don't understand how the system works. And so when he's elected, he becomes the leader of the party. Then because he's the leader of the party, there's a transition period in there, right? Because the party can elect anybody within its internally. Like, Max is the leader of the PPC, but he doesn't have a seat. right? So he's the leader of the party. Now, the Liberals are the governing party. They lose their leader. The party has the right to select through an internal election, right, or a leadership review, who their leader will be. Doesn't have to be someone who was elected. When Carney becomes prime minister, it's because he is now the leader of the governing party, but he doesn't have a seat. He doesn't even have a vote in the House of Commons at that point. He can direct the party and even to some degree the cabinet, but he has to have somebody stand in and vote for him because he doesn't even have a seat. So there's a real incentive for him and even a requirement for him to seek election in a riding like any other member of parliament so that he has his single vote as well in the House of Commons. And this has happened, many times through history. William Lyon Mackenzie King, John Turner, who became leader of the Liberals, served as prime minister for a time, and then lost the election, right? In fact, I was just watching an old part of a debate with Turner and Mulrooney in the 80s when the big issue was free trade, which is exactly what's on the table right now and facing our nation. And so I don't really have a big issue with it because that's the way the parliamentary system works. And I'd say it's far more democratic than what we have even in the United States, because it just shows that the prime minister or any member of parliament only has one vote, even in parliament. Now, the prime minister does have additional powers because he can select from elected members of parliament who will be part of his cabinet. And so he can have influence that way, just as Max would if, the PPC got, a number of members of parliament, if it ever formed government even, right? So, but the prime minister only has one vote, just like at city council, the mayor gets one vote. Every other council member gets one vote. But the mayor has additional powers of influence, and the party has the party whip to keep people in line, to get them to vote in line with party policies. And if they don't, then they might be reprimanded and even kicked out of the party. But even there, I think our system is more democratic than what you have in the States, because if a member of parliament decides, like if you realized that the PPC after election was doing things that weren't in line with the interests of your constituents or maybe Canadians, you have the freedom as a member of parliament to say, screw this, I'm not voting in favor of this budget or this new bill, this piece of legislation, because it doesn't align with what my constituents elected me for. So you have that option. Now, you might pay a price politically because you might then get kicked out of the party. You'd have to sit as an independent, and then you wouldn't have the party machine and maybe the funding and the team behind you to get reelected the next time around. But there is that freedom there. And so when I hear people saying things like floor crossing should be banned, it should be illegal, you shouldn't allow that. Well, that's the opposite of what I've been hearing the previous couple of years, especially from people saying that I want no more parties. I want every member of parliament to be able to vote independently. But if they're upset about floor crossing, it's because they want conformity. They want their members of parliament forced to vote in line with whatever the party is, regardless of whether that's in alignment with what the interests of their constituents are. So this shows that there's actually freedom and more flexibility within our system. Not perfect, to be sure, but people were being misled by that, saying that Carney was the only prime minister in history that this has ever happened to. Not true. It's happened a number of times, and because our roots go all the way back to the UK and that parliamentary system, a long list of prime ministers who have first served without a seat and then get elected after. So
if I remember correctly, and I didn't look into the election, I had a lot on my mind, but if I remember correctly, I was a Turner supporter, and he was an elected member of parliament who became the leader. So he already had a seat. William Lyon Mackenzie, I believe, was already an MP as well. I believe they were all sitting members of the House when they were elected. Kim Campbell's another example, perhaps. Maybe Joe Clark.
Turner was elected mid-80, like around in 84, and became a PM midterm, but didn't have a seat. And then,
so he was the party leader without a seat.
Right.
Then he had to wait and get the.
Right. And that's why, so like quite often through history in the parliamentary systems, if that happens, and this happened in Canada with Carney, you get an election very soon after. Usually you get a by-election or a full election, and we got the full election, so that there was a complete review of the government and by the people through the election, whether you believe in that or not. That was the opportunity given to voters because he had to get a seat.
And then the other thing that I think seems unprecedented is there were approximately, and my numbers could be off, it's been a bit, but I think about 340,000 members voted in the vote when we had the other two candidates. I can't remember. There's that lady who did really well. The other guy had, and both of them got disavowed through, I can't remember the exact details, but basically,
what are you referring to?
The liberal leadership.
Oh,
so
the liberal
remember
leadership.
We had a three-way race. Like, I mean, Carney was in there and so was Thing, but they were just like placeholders.
Yeah,
you had actually leading that one lady. I can't remember her name. She impressed me a bit. I was like, wow, she's she's got some good things to say that don't sound very liberal. This is very interesting. Is the party going to make a shift? Remember her? I can't remember her name.
Yeah. I'll get the list here of who the candidates were. She wasn't a liberal though, Michael. She was a plant.
Yeah. I don't know, but she got a lot of votes. And,
yeah, she did.
And raised some money. And it actually made me take a look and go, is you sure that's a liberal? Like I get where you're coming from. She had a classical liberal approach, something of the early 19th century or 20th century. That classical, I don't know, like she's not woke. She's not a globalist, right? So it freaked me out, right? I thought, oh, wow, would the party change? And then all of a sudden, the two people are eliminated.
Did she
so
actually
it was just really sketchy.
Oh, I don't know if she actually got to run, though. Did she? I think they purged her before the convention.
Well, they took out a bunch of votes, eh? Like, I think Carney only technically got 110,000 votes out of the 340,000 available. And there was only so many. Karina and Freeland or whatever, I think they tanked pretty good. And then there was two that were like actually, could make a break, right? Like you're in the race, you're going to hit at a spot where you could sprint to the finish, or the guy could pull it on you. You don't know, but they're in the game. So that, I don't know, it was just really weird. And then he didn't have to do his disclosures because it was so fast.
It was Ruby Dalla. Ruby Dalla.
Dalla, Ruby. Yeah, it was just, I took a look and go, are you sure you're a liberal? Like, I don't know. It was just really.
That's why they got rid of her, because she's not.
Well,
oh my God, there's a conservative among us. Get rid of her. That's basically what happened. Yeah. In my view, anyway.
Yeah, something was going on, and and you don't want your parties taken over by hostile takeovers and stuff. But if it's actually grassroots, I think that's what's supposed to happen. So now we're in January, February, coming into March, right? I think isn't that around when Trump said 51st state there or something like that?
He's
shot across the let's change their minds bow.
And it actually started before that, because he was referring to Trudeau as governor, right? And people, he's just joking. He's just joking.
He wasn't joking.
He wasn't joking. He's not joking. And that's that is really what I think upset the apple cart up here, especially for the Conservatives. So I think you're right about that. But whether there's 5D chess or another strategy at work, I'll throw it over to you and get your thoughts on that. Was Trump playing like some mind game?
I think Trump was just being his kind of crazy locker room self off teleprompt. I think it was just like, hey, did I just say that out loud? Okay, I did. I said it. I thought it, but I said it. Okay, I said it. He's just kind of has a tendency to say what hits on his head without potentially filtering it. And it maybe really did feel that way, right? And so you get this going on. And then, in my opinion, almost every single person that I talked to voted out of fear. Like, this created some type of fear. He goes, takes the gas prices away, totally proves that the government's causing inflation through the green grift, right? Remember during the election, hey, gas prices. Oh, hey, I'm the prime minister. I got to give myself a boost. That's one of those perks, he said. They have a little more power than, you know, the average MP one vote. So he uses it, knocks that down. And then all of a sudden there's no axe to tax. We had this slogan going for a year and momentum.
Yeah, he stole the platform from
Well,
the Conservatives.
He just put the
Without
thing, and
those
he made it
planks
all
in.
about Trump. And then I don't know your opinion on it, but I didn't see any real opposition, like another game plan for Canadians to pick, because they didn't allow Max on the stage or myself on the stage. You know, randomly around, they let everybody on the stage, and then the Conservative doesn't show up or the Liberal doesn't show up, whoever the incumbent is.
Yeah.
And so you didn't get a chance to hear the negotiation part of it. It was all like elbows up, and I'm not sure why Pierre didn't stand up more. Like, hey, wait, you know, I'm a better negotiator. I can. You know, you don't go against, you know, go into the corner against a 6'5" guy when you're San Luis and like throw a punch or an elbow at, like, you just don't do that. You try to go in and you try to like get your space and use your speed, use other skills that you have to go against the big mammoth. Instead of, like, you're just going to get punched out, man. Like, and it looks like our economy is getting punched out. So like our policy was to negotiate fairly, like fair, right? Like, okay, you guys have this grievance, we have this one, you have this one, we have this one. You put it all on the table and negotiate, right? So to find something fair, just like we did for the auto pack, which we kind of got the upper hand on that, I think it was Pearson or somebody like that. Great deal. And why we wouldn't do that? Find the synergy, right? Because free trade is supposed to create a synergy, right? And it can have bad effects, just like we had with our jobs leaving to Asia, right? Like there's a nuance to it. But theoretically, you know, you're supposed to pick up on your abilities to be more efficient at something, right? And Canadians are spending so much money on eggs, milk, butter, things that we shouldn't have to, because we're propping up 10,000 people. Or, you know, just stuff like that, and not taking it seriously that we do have drug lords here, which Trudeau met. Why would Trudeau meet a Chinese drug lord? Like, just weird stuff with that Sam Cooper putting out there, the CSIS saying that we've been infiltrated since Mulrooney. Just all these things, like not actually taking that serious, right? That was another thing that bothered me, right? You could have negotiated and said, yeah, okay, I'm going to go clean up the drug dens, right? Even though you say, I'm pumping it all in, whatever, I'm going to go in, I'm going to do something about it. And we know that from some of the arrests and some of the things that are going on, and that's the tip of the iceberg. So that's another negotiating piece that we failed to put on the table. And I don't know, how would you have handled it, right? Like, I like Max's approach because it's very similar to the way I would have done it. I would have sat down with you. We don't agree on everything, but we have a common goal, right? We're trying to make something happen better for our people. And for us, it's just being able to talk and understand each other. And I think that's a better approach than going in and, you know, going all Scott Stevens on Lindros, you know, just like, yeah, okay, buddy, but you're not. You're like San Luis going at the guy, right? Like, so
I think the elbows up thing was pointed out to me when it first came out. That's a Gordie Howe reference.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Number 9, boom,
Yeah.
It's his puck, and don't forget it's his puck, because he'll make sure you don't forget. He was the famous elbow guy.
Yeah.
On the corner to get the puck. Hey, it's my puck. No, it's not. Oh, sorry about that. but we're not that. We're not Gordie Howe, right? We're not Gordie Howe in this scenario. We're San Luis, right? We're Doug Gilmore.
Just to backtrack a little bit though, and I'm gonna make kind of a point as we work through this about Carney and the way that I think he's being sort of not analyzed properly by people on the conservative or right side of the political spectrum. In fact, somebody just texting me here now saying, because they're watching and they're saying gas in Alberta is down to like about 94 cents a liter right now. So why is that? And why is gas here like about $1? I think it's about $1.30. But when Trudeau was in power, I was paying like $1.70, $1.90, $1.80, not uncommon, $1.60 pretty consistently. So
Yeah.
that's, you know, as I've said this, a bunch of times, it's because of the pressure from the conservative side on axe the tax, axe the tax. Carney got the message, and he knew that people wanted a reduction in taxes, especially gasoline taxes, because that's very visible and it's something you pay every time you go to the pump. So Polyev kept saying, well, steal my ideas. Go ahead. I dare you. And he did. So he stole some of those planks from the platform, and now we have much lower gas prices. So indeed, the tax did get axed. And now that left Polyev standing there, toothless because he just got an elbow in the face.
Yeah, but couldn't you have just said, see, I've been telling you for years that this inflation has been driven by government policy. Right there. Do you want a guy that's a follower sucking up to you for votes? Or do you want a guy, in my opinion, like Max, because he's been saying this stuff for since 2018 and even before that for the leadership.
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff.
That's one of the things that attracted me to Max right from the beginning. Yeah. Taxes.
Yeah, like taxes, right? Like me personally, the guys that I really appreciate are Rand Paul. Always loved the guy. I used to follow Pierre, but then I started to figure out the CPC machine a little bit more. And like I said, I liked Turner back then. I wasn't sure that this free trade thing was going to work out. I'm on one side, I'm bought this way. And so, I don't know if I was old enough to vote, but I'm not sure I could have voted. I kind of like Turner for some reason. It felt like he was protecting Canada more. And in hindsight, I think he was.
Yeah. You can
and,
argue that.
And then you can argue about the Airbus that never got, and John Chrétien, elect me and no more GST. Like, you know what? I'm sick of it. Carney, you want to get elected, so you knock it down. Now you think you can ride your 4 years and you're going to turn it into some carbon credit somewhere down the line on a business.
Maybe.
Like with the negotiations with Alberta. That the memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, but do you watch much, I try to watch all the across the spectrum news, right? And so when I'm listening to the liberal commentators, they keep saying over and over again that this could easily be a Harper government that we have right now because of Carney at the helm. And most people don't know, but Stephen Harper wanted Carney to be his finance minister. Asked him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true. And Max was his industry minister, right?
Yeah.
Like there was some stuff. But then you look at the Bank of England and what happened there, right? And you look at the budget, like this, and you look at, Brookfield stock going up 58% while our GDP goes up 0.1 or 0.1 or something stupidly ridiculous. And
well, okay, but wait. What happened at the Bank of England that is concerning?
Well, it was all the printing of money, the same thing he's doing here. And it really hurt, I believe. A lot of people believe that it hurt the UK economy and really put a bad dent in it.
Yeah, but as the governor of the Bank of England, that's really driven by the policies of the government, not the governor of the bank. And every government at that time was involved in QE, quantitative easing. That's what everybody was doing. And it wasn't just Carney's decision to make. He had to, he was tasked with the responsibility of carrying out the economic policies of the country and guiding that process. So it wasn't just his unilateral decision as the governor. In fact, at the bank, as the governor of the Bank of England or the Bank of Canada, which he served as both, that position requires some autonomy. In fact, a lot of autonomy, but it's really to set interest rates, the price of money, and things of that nature. So I don't know. It wasn't just a unilateral thing that Carney was involved with, and in the end, the UK you know, except when you're looking at what Liz Truss did, you know, it just, we're okay in the end. And it was a very difficult time because of the pandemic and the need for QE. So I get it. It's trying to prevent the economy from crashing. And in Canada too, you know, the 2008 financial crisis, there was QE then too, to prevent everything from collapsing like it did during the Great Depression. So I'm not a big fan of deficits for sure, or debt.
Or printing money like that. It's insane. Like we did not have to lock down in COVID. We did not have to go and spend all this money. Yep. We didn't have to spend all this money. This government has spent more money than all the governments before it, right? Like, and you can look around at the homeless and everything else. And a lot of the policies were guided by Carney, and he deliberately didn't take a salary, so you didn't have to give disclosure on your businesses. So you just things. So if you are a consultant and you're paid by the government, you're subject to auditing rules or conflicts of interest, etc. But apparently, he was an advisor since 2020 to the Trudeau government. You know, I read it somewhere, and it makes sense. And someone has said that he just didn't want to disclose his stuff, so he just did it pro bono. Which, I don't know, maybe you do it pro bono for other reasons, right? But that is one of the benefits of doing it pro bono. I don't have to get audited or, you know, looked at. And I think all this printing of the money is insane. Like, it's just insane. Like, I don't believe, like, in hindsight, you know, and I'm not settled yet, but in hindsight, I believe that we shouldn't have bailed out anybody. Nobody's too big to bail out. But as soon as you do that, people are reckless and they're playing with people's money and they don't have consequences, right? All those guys should have gone broke. Not the lady that had the mortgage and couldn't make the payment. Like it just.
So you're talking about right. Like even during the pandemic.
Yeah, we shouldn't have even. Well, during the pandemic, if you're going to shut the economy and do that, you just shouldn't, right? Like you shouldn't.
Yeah,
have
I don't think we should have done that either. I agree with you. But
there are
but they did, and so because they did, what? Is there not some sort of moral obligation to provide support for the people and businesses to make sure that the entire economy doesn't completely collapse? So there's something left of it on the other side of the lockdowns and the shutdowns and all the stupid things that they did?
Well, there's a lot to be said about that. I always believe in a leg up, right? Not a UBI handout. I'm looking after you for the rest of your life. It's like, oh, hey, Rick, your barn burnt down. You know, hey, let's get everybody together and get your barn back. Have your barns back up. Thanks for coming out, right? Like you're back and you should want to work independently. And I just think that we're spending way too much money. Today, I've been following silver for a while. I wish I'd listened to my friend 5 years ago. But basically, if I understand it correctly, not an economist, but the silver market has all this derivative paper. You remember derivatives from 2008, but it was mortgages. And they say, oh, this is backing, this is backing. It's just this big, huge paper trail of fantasy based on a little chunk. So the way the guy explained it to me, I like the guy. I think he's called Asian guy or something. So I got a coin here. Oh, no, I literally, I think that's his name, man. I was like watching it. I was like, this guy explained it like really well, right? And I watched some other people as well, but this guy was great. And so he explained it like, I've got this coin, right? So I've got like, and we'll just do 1 ounce, right? But we're talking billions, like 500,000 ounces here and there. And so you have this coin. And so I write some paper on it. Like, hey, I got the coin. You want to buy the silver? Okay, it's in my safe, right? Oh, you know what? I'm going to sell this coin again, right? Now it's going to be a derivative for something else. Like, and so he explained it that it's an upside down pyramid, right? You have 1 ounce of gold or silver, like the tangible that I can use to make a solar panel or whatever. And then all of a sudden you get a derivative on top. And then it goes, the pyramid goes like this. And then all of a sudden they'll make derivatives of the derivatives, right? So they're playing with a bunch of fiat paper money and they just print it. So what I heard is that the Federal Reserve in the United States is bailing them out. 17 billion on the Friday and 34 billion recently, right? To prop it up. Like it naturally, that paper should go. Everybody should be cleared out. Thanks, margin calls. And the Fed's printed that money. So he explained that because the Fed's printing more money and more money, then you're getting more inflation. So whenever you spend and print money, me and you are getting ripped off. It's a silent, it's invisible tax. I mean, it's visible, like you feel it at the gas pump and when you buy stuff.
It is invisible because you don't see it. Like it's like not on. It's not like you see the breakdown of the cost.
Yeah, you're just like, hey, why is this more expensive?
It's because your dollar is worth less if there are more dollars in circulation.
And we've got to stop this. It's not fair. You can see what's happening to our seniors. They worked all their life for that money, paid into it. Some of them 40 years, like my aunt. And what, you give them $1,500? And that would have been fine. And that was fine until you've printed twice the money of every other prime minister before you. Because now you just cut my money in half. And now I can't afford to live in the townhouse. Those are literal serious stories that I'm hearing. You know, what is your concern?
But that's not just because of money. Yeah, but that's not just because of money printing. That's because that's supply and demand on the housing side, which is driving inflation like crazy. And inflation right now on the Canadian side is down to, I don't look today, but I think it's like 1.5%, 2%, which is the target. It's about 2%, which is where they want to be. That's always the target. And you need some inflation to ensure liquidity in the economy. So there's money moving around in the system. So there's always enough money. But if you get above, say, 1.5%, 2%, then you get into inflation that can't keep pace with wage increases and productivity. So that's the problem. And on the derivative side, there's a place for derivatives, but you are right in that they have been abused by people in the financial industry who've come up with, they're all different kinds of derivatives, but derivatives do have an important place because it even helps, say, farmers, because commodities like grain, you can buy futures on pork bellies or futures on grain to lock in a price. It's like insurance, right? Or an opportunity for you to say, I'll buy at this price later if it hits that price, but then you're taking a risk. Or I think the price is going to go down. So people borrow against this stuff. But when one guy loses, somebody else wins. The problem is that if people play the game too much or get over leveraged by borrowing in order to play the derivatives game, then they get caught flat-footed and they can go bankrupt. So if there's too much of that, then people get into trouble. And that's where the abuse comes into play. And that's why they need, some degree of regulation on that stuff, because it has gone too far for sure.
Yeah, well, you think we learned our lesson in 2000, but apparently too, the guy was saying, I like this new guy. I should put a link in there.
The Asian guy, is that really his name?
Yeah, he literally is AG on X. I found him. And he basically, and it could have been another article because I started to, for the first time, kind of research it a little bit deeper, a few extra articles. And apparently the States has been weaponizing silver since the 30s. It's like somewhere along the line, playing with the price, suppressing it, things like that through the paper market. And if he was pointing out that if you go to Shanghai, that's a physical market. There are no derivatives. There's no paper. It's like, it's in the vault. I sell Rick 1 ounce. His 1 ounce is in the vault. When he comes to get it, he's going to collect it. At least that's the way I'm understanding it. And they're $10 ahead on silver. So those people are like, yeah, no, we're paying for the silver. And I think people dumped a bunch of paper from what he's saying. And I don't, for me as a government, I think that we should not spend money we don't have. Right? Like as a government, like the silver is another thing. All that is a symptom of poor policy, right? When you debase a currency, it's the currency going down. Silver's still silver. You can still, or gold, right? If in 1900 you could buy a cow with a 1 ounce of gold, you can buy a cow roughly for the same ounce of gold today or 1950. Like it's the money just keeps going away. And my problem with inflation, I would like to see it be zero. Because even 2% is too much, because you paid into that for 40 years. That's your buying power. At that time, you could buy like groceries, go to Florida, have a house, send your kids to college, right? And then, 20 years in now, it's getting a little tight for the vacation, but the kids are out of college. And it just keeps taking your purchasing power away. Every time they print this, every time. And what are we paying for, right? You and I don't agree on a Ukraine war, but I think any foreign aid at this point when I see homeless, when I see a child die waiting at the hospital. It's, why are we sending money everywhere, right? And why are we spending money on stupid things? In my opinion, the climate grift, anti-Semitism, anti-Islamophobia, anti-hate network, blah, 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 censorship. Our priorities are completely wrong, in my opinion. I think we need to balance the budget. We need to rein in the foreign aid. Sorry, guys, we're a little broke right now. Christmas isn't as good this year. Thanks for coming out. You get a Christmas card. You don't get a new car. And we rein it in so that we're not like, we're at the point where we're paying maybe a third or all of the GST that we collect from everybody. That's our interest, right? That's our interest. That's a lot of money. And it's going to interest. And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And if they keep printing money and not dealing with the fundamental problems, the root causes, you addressed one of them, demand. Well, the demand is you're bringing in 1 million freaking people a year. Like, are you dumb? Like, that's Mississauga. 1 year, bam, what?
Yeah.
How long did it take Mississauga to get built up? How long did it take Oakville to get from 10,000 to 200,000?
Too fast, for sure. Yeah.
So you're correct, right? So the things that are driving inflation are the printing of money, the climate grift, right? Making your fuel, all this climate green stuff, like, because transportation is huge. You feel it, right? When that gas price goes up, you're feeling it. The guy that's a truck driver feels it. The guy that's shipping the stuff feels it. The shipping company, everybody's feeling it. Now your oranges are more because it costs more to get them from California to here, right? That's huge. And then the other thing is you can't keep spending money you don't have, right? Imagine if we had all that GST money back. We weren't sending it. And sorry, I'm picking on Ukraine again, but it could be Israel. It could be Pakistan. It could be anybody. Why are we sending our money there when I see a homeless encampment that I never saw before in Hamilton? I saw my first homeless in Burlington the other election. I never saw it before. And it's becoming so prevalent. And these people aren't drug addicts like they're trying to make you out to be. They're people that honestly tried to make a go at it, and it got too expensive. In at least some of the people I met. I'm not saying the guys that talk to themselves.
I've been to a few homeless encampments over the past year, talking to the
I haven't gone to the encampment. I just walked by it and went, where did that come from?
I've interviewed some people, put them on the program. Drugs, big part of the problem, huge.
Well,
and mental illness, and the shutdown of facilities where we used to send people with mental health issues, and they've kicked them out onto the streets. That's what's driving a lot of that. That combined with like serious drug issues, I think the drug laws far too liberalized, and we're seeing the social impact from that with people living in tents, and that's a big part of it. Not the only part, but that's driving a lot of it. So we've covered a lot of things, right? We've covered cost of living, some of the shenanigans, or what politics, I guess, because it's shenanigans half the time, it seems. And it does. I don't know. When I'm watching Question Period, they seem very serious.
Oh yeah, they're totally serious. They answer the exact question asked every time. Yeah, no. Shakespeare's right. The world's a stage, right? It feels like it sometimes. So the other thing that I hear is crime, right? We haven't covered the crime, right? So we've got the cost of living down. We've identified some issues, like you said, the carbon tax, or we both said that one. And Pierre said it a lot for a while. Max said it years ago. Nobody remembers. But then you get the immigration. Look at all the pressure. Even just releasing, if you just put a moratorium on, like, we would feel it right away, just like when Carney pushed the button. Yeah, let's not collect that 30 cents a liter anymore for a while. Right? We'll get it somewhere else, right? Or however he came to the decision. He wanted to get elected. So I'm pretty sure that was behind it. And you saw that, right? So we have crime issues, and we're not
I'll take it any way I can get it, though. Okay. That's my point. Like, I don't care who does it, just let's get it done. So, gas is less expensive. So I'm like, okay, I'm for that. I'm good with that.
Probably like a pipeline, let Alberta go crazy. Quebec, smarten up. You've got a lot of resources. Start using them. Play ball.
Yeah.
Let's make Canada energy independent, exporting country. There's no reason why a subdivision in the Yukon should freeze their ass off because they were promised that these green heating systems would work. They don't. Like
You
none
mean
of
the heat
this
pumps?
stuff. Yeah, or
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know. I was reading
there
the
was the
article. They're freezing, and I'm
Financial
like,
incentive to install heat pumps. Yeah. Which,
yeah. So we paid for them to freeze. Thanks for coming out. That money could have gone to the Hamilton homeless, the homeless in Chatham, Toronto, wherever, even Montreal, wherever they are. That money could have been spent differently. You could have had your nice propane for nice price. You allow people to drill, right? And so we've got that cost of living. We've associated it to the demand, the too many people coming in, too much of this green grift going on, elevating prices. And I was really big on the printing of the money thing. That was, and I think you'd agree too that plays a part.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it does.
So,
yeah. Especially
then
during the pandemic, that was crazy, out of control. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and then go and making the kids do it back. But then they've got $600 million that it'll cost too much to go get it. So you paid your buddies and you don't want to get caught. Is that why you're not doing it? Like, it just begs the questions that need to be answered, right? Okay, so then the other one they're talking about is crime, right? So you get a guy, breaks into the guy's house, he's got a crossbow, threatens him, buddy does a quick move, beats the shit out of him before the buddy can shoot him, and he's the guy charged, right? You got another guy, I think it was Vaughn, he gets blown away in front of his kids. You get the other guy, I think it was Mississauga, he fires a warning shot and nobody's hurt and the guys go away. You get Dougie gets broke into, all of a sudden he's talking castle law, stuff like that. Did he do anything? I don't know. Then you get Gary gun grab, and now you have, jury's still out on her and Trump, but we got Danielle, and she's talking castle law, stand your ground, protecting guns, like literally saying, hey, you know what? You can look at me funny, but I'm pro, like, you aren't going to get there in time to protect me. I got to figure out how to protect myself for 10, 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, so, locking myself in the room, get a baseball bat, grab a gun, like whatever it is, I should be able to defend my life in my house, right? And a lot of the people aren't feeling safe at night. They don't walk places that they used to walk. We're seeing this. Then the other thing is congestion, the spread. Like, to me personally, it's a big issue with me, but like when you have all these other ones hanging over your head, it may be a little bit less, but they're trying to jam people into Oakville, to Burlington. I grew up in Mississauga. Okay. I went from 3,000 people when I first moved there to 10,000. And then, I don't know, when I moved away, I guess maybe it had 500,000. Right? It was beautiful. I could get to square one in 10 minutes. I didn't have to wait 4 lights to hang a left to my dad's. Now I go there and it's insane. You can't move. And why? Because of high density. We don't want that in Burlington. We don't want that in Oakville. We don't want that. I know there's tons of people that don't want that. And I think that's another contributing factor as well.
Densification, yeah. Yeah, that's the phrase that they were throwing around in 2025. Densification.
Yeah, you can densification. Your brain's dense. Okay, get away. Thanks for coming out. We don't want that. I want to stand in line for 5 minutes, talk to people, not self-checkout, not talk to a robot. I don't want to take 20 minutes for something that would take 15 minutes.
I chat with Grok on the show sometimes, and Grok has a sense of humor.
Well, I'm glad he's got a sense of humor, because if he didn't, he'd go gray like me.
I asked Grok if it's a he or a she, and well, anyway, I digress.
So let's recap 2025. Those are the things that I was hearing, right? And is there anything we missed, right? We've got crime, cost of living, healthcare waits, traffic jams, I can't afford a home. I don't know. Did we miss anything? Oh, the crime. Well, did we miss anything?
NDP losing party status. We touched on it. All the stuff coming out of the states, the 51st state rhetoric that defined the election that we went through, and it's still, you know, top of mind for a lot of people right now. So there's that dominating thing. Trade, which we touched on, whether we'll even have a Canada, US, Mexico trade agreement at the end of this thing, I don't know.
That's kind of a interesting thing. I don't know what would happen there. I would want to negotiate and try to soften the blow as you went along, right? Because certain industries would be affected in the States, some would be affected here. Okay, so those were the topics that were on people's minds. I was at doors. You probably heard people. You talked to the homeless guys. You talked to other people. That's what was on their mind. All of a sudden, it's gone. The election starts, it's gone. It's totally different. And that's what the WTF for me was. I had flipped NDPs, people that said, F you, I'm not voting ever again. I got a couple of those. Got a couple of liberals. They go, I've been voting for him for 50 years. I don't recognize my party. This isn't what we do. I go, yeah, it's because you're classical liberal and your party's woke. Like, that's literally it, right?
Yeah. It's the because it's the progressive policies. It's, you know, people use that phrase liberal, but it's really progressivism, which relates to being woke. That's what is, you know, I think that's the seed that grew into this political chaos monster that we have today. It's progressivism. It just went too damn far.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't even know what to say about that. I just I'm at the point where I believe that we're truly just here in a battle between good and evil, and it doesn't matter if it's red, blue, green, purple, black, Sikh, this, that. It's just you're either good or you're bad, and we got a lot of corrupt people, you know, out there, and they happen to be in positions of power. At least that's my personal opinion. And I think that as we've moved away from God, and not even just that, you know, that we don't recite it, we don't respect Christmas, we don't respect the traditions of Christianity. Well, one of the greatest things in DEI, it totally destroys this, is the thought of being equal, right? You and I are equal, whether I'm a baker and whether you're the king. And you're subject to the law, just like I am. If you speed, whether you're the king or not, buddy's going to give you your ticket. And whether I do or not, I'm getting my ticket. So it's based on true equality. And what we see is, and it's based on truth. And what we have now is we have relative moral values, relative truth, right? You see the guy, oh, I'm not going to give him, he almost killed that lady on the highway just recently, you know, looking on his phone, truck driver, temporary worker, smashes in, almost kills this lady. And we know that there's tons that are dead from those things. And this happens, and they lower his sentence because they don't want to deport him. Right. So that isn't Christianity. That's not what Canada was built on. Canada was built on that law applies to everybody the same. Everybody.
I don't think that's a Christian concept, though. That's actually, you know, that's just a concept built into our system through secularism as much as anything else. I don't think it has to be it's not a Christian concept exclusively within our system, equality under the law or blind justice.
I wouldn't say that it's exclusive to us, but it is tantamount and a pillar of Christianity, truth and equality, right? Those two things. And you've got to realize too, we are a Christian nation. We're a bunch of Catholics fighting with a bunch of Protestants that built the country together, right? And why? Because they shared some of the same values, right? Like, you believe in truth? Yeah, don't lie. Okay, stealing, okay? No. Okay, cool. Okay, that's great. You know, the Jewish people in the 10 Commandments, the Christians in 10 Commandments, you know, and I haven't studied other religions, but I'm sure they have similar rules.
So you're talking about morality, like what's the moral compass that guides the legal system, and you're saying that the underpinnings of that come from a Judeo-Christian
I would say
basis, right, or foundation.
More like a European Christian with Roman law. Like, I totally agree with the Prime Minister of Italy when she said that Western society is built on Christian morals, Roman law, and Greek philosophy, Like, if you think about it, a lot of our political systems have come out from Plato, Aristotle, and then you'll have John Locke, and you'll have these people thinking out loud, like, what would be best? How can, I fulfill everybody, can be an individual, or, then you have more collective people, like the social contract, kind of, feeling a bit more of a social conscience. And that's all based on our Christianity as our moral compass. We don't believe in stealing. It's not okay. It doesn't matter whether you're the same religion or not. It doesn't matter whether you're the same color. It doesn't matter. You don't steal, right? And our Constitution even starts with the supremacy of God, because a lot of the underpinnings for our laws and our moral values are based on Christianity. And I think as Christianity, and the family is another huge pillar of I would say probably most societies, but definitely Christianity. That's what it's about: getting married, having kids, treating people like you treat them.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the Constitution that says that it is exclusively a Christian God. And I think that's purposeful, right? And I think it's important that it not be, because if you say that God belongs to one religion or another, then automatically you're oppressing other religions, because you are then forcing, through the rule of law, people of other religions to live by the code of Christianity, even if you're Muslim. When, in my view, one of the reasons our society does sort of work, and I think it worked better a while ago than it does right now, but it's because everybody should be treated equal under the law, and that your rights do come from God, the concept of that, not from government. Government should be there to protect your rights, right? That's really their obligation. Recognizing as well that in order to protect everyone's rights, certain limits have to be placed on those rights, but recognize that they come from God, but not a God of any particular denomination or religion. And you can decide whatever God it is that you want to worship up there, but the rights that we have enshrined in the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, those come from God, but there's no particular religion related to them.
Because everybody was Christian, like this nation was probably 99% Christian when it was founded, and through
regardless,
most of it,
though, even then, though, Michael, the Protestants were killing the Catholics, and the Catholics were killing the Protestants. There's always fighting. There's been people aren't happy unless they're feuding, right?
Well,
so
there is identity politics, and there's certain people, usually the guy that's on top causing the problem, shaking the ants, right? It's something that we need to learn to deal with. But what I was trying to explore, and maybe I'll try the third shot at it, is when you come here, it's Christian consent. You don't have to believe that Jesus is your savior, but you believe in, thou shalt not kill, adultery, no lying, no murder, those basic things, and then I guess there's some things that don't come from religion that are part of our culture that are like, chivalry. Open the door for the woman, walk on the outside when you're walking with your woman so she doesn't get mud or a puddle splash on. Like, certain things. That lady is struggling, with her kid and her groceries, and you come over and you help her. Like, those are other Canadian values. We don't throw garbage on the street. Like, I know what you're saying. It's not all Christian, but it's not. A lot of the values. But a lot of the values are like that, right?
There's undeniably a Christian bias or influence in our laws and our systems, because we come from France, we come from the UK, we come from Europe, at least
and our buddies Scotland and Ireland.
Sure, you gotta all of that, right?
Guys.
So
East Coasters
and the philosophers that have helped shape all of that. European largely, right? But there are other influences as well, and we have some, but the wisdom in a lot of that philosophy has led us to the concept of separation of church and state, for the exact reasons that I'm laying out here. You don't have to believe in God at all, but still agree that we shouldn't murder people in our society.
That's what I'm trying to.
And so the social contract and the And the way that our laws are agreed upon is through our society, our community supporting the system. And you don't have to be Christian to do that. It's just that we have these laws.
That's what I'm trying to,
right.
How do I explain that, right? Because I called it Christian consent in my second one.
Mm.
I met this, Ghali. He's a converted Muslim from Pakistan. Really great guy trying to educate people on Christianity. Like he's the one that really put the idea of moral relativism in my head, right? That idea. And then I started to think, well, what if they don't believe in Jesus or this or that? And then I started to explore some of his ideas. I have the video of the interview somewhere. I didn't know how to interview as well, so the sound sucks, but he really, really hit a note with me. I wrote a couple of quick 5-minute, 1,000-page essays on it. And it truly is like we can't have people come here that, in my opinion, if our culture is this way, then that's our culture. Don't change it. And everybody seems to be wanting to change our culture in a sense, right? Like we're losing our identity because they don't want us to have an identity. I feel like this 2030 thing is trying to erase nation states. And I don't want Quebec to lose its language. I don't want to suddenly have it acceptable. We throw trash on the roads and we do U-turns on 401. And I don't know what I'm just doing crazy things off the top of my head, but those are things that cause huge problems. Like, you do a U-turn on a 400 highway, someone dies, right? Like we have to ensure, and we have criminals in our country as well that we have no idea. Apparently, I was reading the article, 431 out of the 600 had a violent record. Like, how are we as a society to accept this, right? Like, I don't think it's racist to not want to have a safe street, to be able to say Merry Christmas, to have people open doors and put garbage in garbage cans and not think it's okay to steal, right? As long as it's, not your religion or whatever their reasoning are. You're not in my gang. I'm not allowed to steal off my gang, but I can steal off everybody else, right? So I find that that's a difficult portion too. And so what I was trying to do was get us to flush out everything that we've heard from people in 2025. We've got the WTFs. Like, I don't know how to explain that. We're trying to figure it out. Was it what Trump said? Is it because Carney did this? Is it because Pierre did that? But it all boiled down to us forgetting our pain. Kids can't afford a house. We're paying too much for stuff. Now we're seeing homelessness. People don't feel as safe in their neighborhoods as they used to. They're paycheck to paycheck, things like that. And mass immigration and pointing out things is what Canadians told me at the doors for 2 years. And all of a sudden the election, I know these people, they come to my barbecue, they go to the Meet Mike, and all of a sudden they can't vote for me because they're scared shitless. Oh, I can't. Like NDP guys saying never Pierre. He's too much like Trump. What? Like, what? Like, yeah, never Pierre. Like, oh, okay, so I just lost my liberal and my NDP guys. How about you, conservative? Oh, no, never Carney, man. We cannot do this, right? We can't do it. It's like, oh, okay, so I lost my conservative. Okay, I got to go into the low Turner vote out area again. How you guys doing? Like, are you? Yeah, see, I told you it's bullshit. Oh, like, I don't know. Like, that's the WTF for me. I have a second one, but we'll go. This is the first half of the year. What are your thoughts? Like I don't know. Like, you had the 51 state, you had this. I that's what I heard at the doors. People going, you know what? You make sense. I like you. Give me that pamphlet. Oh, I'll sign up for your email. Oh, hey, you came to a breakfast. Wow, it's nice to see you, Tom. Right? And all of a sudden, I'm knocking on their doors and say, hey, how's it going? Can I have a sign? No, never Carney. Never Pierre. Like, literally, that's what it was to me at the doors. I don't know how it was across the country, but
that was about it.
Do you think that was it? Like, I never knew it. I just can't believe the liberals do the same. Don't split the vote, man. Look what Jagmeet did. Don't split it. We can't have Pierre.
It devastated the NDP too. The impact of all of that devastated the NDP.
So that's the first part of the year. So and there's some guy that's the interim leader. I don't know who he is. You guys got to find his video. He was doing a roast, and he was amazing. I really like the guy. I don't know if I'm going to vote NDP or anything. I'm just saying I like the guy, and he did a great roast of everybody, very classy and very like on the money with picking on him. So who knows what'll happen to them? They got destroyed. Bloc Québécois, Green, we all got our butts kicked with fear because people didn't vote with their hearts. They voted with their fear. In my opinion, I think it was basically a fear vote. Never Pierre, never Carney. Well, what about, Elizabeth May? Like, what? No, oh, man, dude, you can't split the vote. You got to vote for Carney. We can't have Pierre. Pierre's crazy. Pierre's crazy. And then on the other side, we can't have Carney, man. I love you. I love your policies. I love what you did for the community, but we can't have him. And that was it. That was the first 2 weeks of the election. Then I went fishing out for the undecided and hopefully to fish a couple of disgruntled liberals. But, second half, I wasn't able to connect and get those people. And so then that would bring me to the next point. Okay, so let's look at some bills. So from what we discussed, wouldn't you seem to think that we should do something about immigration? We've heard it from a lot of people. We talked about the demand, how it would help the healthcare, how it would help the congestion problem, probably the crime problem too, the way we've had people. So then we've got we talked about the Green Initiative being a failure, in my opinion, total failure, total graft, total, all it does is hurt people. Ask guys in Yukon. Like that's classic example, or California saying, please don't plug in your electric cars because the grid might go down. Yeah, this is such a good technology, guys. Or the guy complaining, filling up when it's cold and trying to stay warm at his station outside, saying he's been there for an hour and he's got 2 miles, but he's still warm, right? Like it's failed. And we're spending all this money there. It's driving up costs. We're expanding government. And those are the things that I heard at the door, you heard. So why do we have bills like C3 recently passed so we can get more people in the country? Oh, if your brother's cousin's friend knew a guy in Canada, he's allowed in. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Right here, stamp. No. Like what? Where? I don't believe the government represents our problems, our life. I think they're completely out of touch. Then the next thing, what is it? C8, C9? Hey, let's do anti-hate, right? So, and then you go look at the anti-hate thing, and all they are is a DEI plugging, department funded by the government. Like they're not serving us. Like if it was me, Bator's bills, I guarantee.
Hey, that's that's catchy. Remember that one. Write that one down. Bator's bills.
I might give it to Bernier.
Bator's big, beautiful bills.
Yeah, big. No, I don't want to do that. As much as I've been a big Trumper guy, I've got my radar going up. I've got a couple yellow flags going on right now.
Yeah, me too.
Right, so I'm not that guy anymore. If someone tells me something and they don't do it, then you're done. It's like if you can't trust somebody, the relationship's over, right? And for me, I'm losing my trust with Trump. I lost my trust with Pierre years ago, right? The Liberal Party, I just oh my God, I don't even know what to say about that. And here we have all these bills with our time, our dollars, our committees, trying to grab our guns at the same time that we're getting broken and crime is a problem. So wouldn't it make more sense to take that money? Personally, I don't want to spend any of it, but if you're going to put it somewhere, then why aren't we fighting the guns at the border? Okay? Why aren't we locking people up? Why aren't we repealing the catch and release bill? Right?
We're not fighting the guns at the border?
Yeah, like the real gun problem isn't like me or you, right? Going to the range, or my buddy that goes and hunts moose or duck or whatever, or bullseye where I hang out. I like target shooting. It's not us. We're not committing the crime. So why are you taking the guns away? Right? The guns are coming. They've got like freaking insane guns. I'd love to have some of those guns. They're so much fun at the range. They're more accurate. You don't have to load 50,000 times. Right? You put your clip in, take your shots, take a break, instead of like, 5 shots. Oh, 5 shots. Oh, like it's insane. go after the criminals, keep them in jail. Don't be doing the law where, oh, he's an immigrant, I don't want to get him deported. So even though he almost killed that lady, and almost a manslaughter, we're going to let him off. No, we've got to, if you want to do the right thing, Bator's bills or Bernier's bills, maybe I'll pass it off because I've done 2 already. The first one was, and you can go to my webpage, michaelbator.com, and you can see them there and in Substacks and videos. I think I released it in Substack. So Bator Bill 1, I made a comment in, I think, September 18th or 17th, a Saturday in Bronte, Oakville, that I, as an elected member of parliament, would first thing I tried to do would be to ensure lockdowns never happen, where, the government goes, takes your shit away, and then lawfares you. Like, no. Somehow that you have to remind them about bodily autonomy. You have to remind them that, no, it's my business. I decide if it opens or not. I decide if I do this. So I wanted to write a bill like that. It's on my Substack. Then the second one was the DEI and the SOGI, because as you know, I was a captain at the Million March. I was the guy that led got everybody together for the Oakville Trafalgar Busty Lemieux guy. That's very important to me. So that's Bator's bill too. And you can see it. I even did my best to try to make it an actual bill. And these are the types of bills that we need. Now, if I was going to keep writing, they're up to what, 9 now? My next bill would be the crime bill. I want to go after that. I want to repeal all of the, soft on crime. I would repeal that so that, that guy, because here's an example that this is the hypocrisy. This is the moral relativity. A guy, loaded Glock or a handgun. I would love to have a handgun, but Trudeau says I can't have one, right? And he has it loaded in the chamber, right? They call it in the chamber when you're ready to go, baby. Pulled over, judge dismisses it. 80-year-old farmer, doesn't read the paper much, doesn't do much, hunts rabbits, had the gun passed down from his dad, never got a PAL, never got whatever it was before PAL, and they charged the guy, right? Like, what? Tell me that that's correct. You get the guys in Huntsville, a bunch of Indian guys going out, firing off SKSs, shotguns, who knows what other illegal weapons they might have had. The other ones looked legal, but you're in an illegal spot. If I did that, I'd be in jail. I'd lose my gun license. They'd take all my guns. And they can't find the guy. It's all on video. They got the guy's license plate, everything. They do nothing, right? So I personally want to stop that stuff. That would be my third bill. Somehow, repeal C-21, let gun owners do their thing like they did when we had super low crime and no gun restriction, right? Like, it's obviously not the gun restriction, it's the laws and how we treat these people. That would be a bill. And then another bill that I'd like to do is to repeal somehow all the funding for climate grift, Islamophobia, money to Pakistan for gender reassignment, Ukraine, Palestine, Hamas, wherever we're giving our money, gone. I don't know if you write a bill, how that works. I haven't investigated it, but that we need to balance the budget. So if we'd actually, by fluke, add one, you would have seen the climate stuff gone. You would see all the DEI, SOGI stuff gone. We're not funding that stuff anymore. You'd see a lot of foreign aid gone. We can reconsider it later. You'd see a moratorium on immigration until our house is in order. And those are the priorities that would truly help Canadians. And the stopping the money. It would be great to have a law where they couldn't spend more than we have. That would be nice. And our government instead is focused on things that are hurting us.
Can I pause there for a second with the deficit spending? Are you a homeowner?
Yes.
Do you have a mortgage?
No.
Why?
Because I worked my ass off to pay it off.
But you had one.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So you bought a house with money you didn't have. And now you own it.
Well, yeah, it's not like when my dad was around and I could work 3 years and, have $20,000 and buy a $25,000 house. It's not like that.
The wages were much lower than. Everything is relative. I'm just saying that, if it's handled responsibly, problem is, generally speaking, politicians give away way too much free stuff, especially liberals. That's where we run into trouble. Is, when you're, employing Keynesian economics, where you're supposed to increase spending during economic downturns, but then you're supposed to, during times of prosperity, pull back and run surplus budgets and put more in the pot. But they don't do that.
Exactly.
Right? They don't do that.
Well, there's good investment and there's bad investment. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
you should never borrow. Personally, I don't like interest at all. I think we should be strict to the Bible and like, yep, no usury, done. But I'm dreaming in this
That's
world.
interesting. That's
well,
interesting. The interest comment. That won't work. It's not possible.
Well, I don't know, but it's there, and it just, I don't know. It just seems if you don't.
But Michael, I hear people saying that all the time. In fact, we had one of our Maverick family on 2 nights ago, and she, with the assistance of AI, Google Gemini, came up with a whole new governance system. And part of that was a no interest monetary system, but it doesn't work. It's a fallacy because money has a price. But anyway, I don't want to get into a deep economic theory thing here, but
we're going to carry on with priorities of this government and what they're doing. The censorship laws, the digital ID, the CDBC. That's their agenda. You can see it in all the bills.
Mm-hmm.
When Canadians really need the things that you and I were talking about, we need crime reform. We need to. I have a lot of fun shooting. I think it's really great. I think we should go after criminals and illegal guns, right? And leave law-abiding ones. So I'm not sure how that'll help every single Canadian, but it would help with 2 million of us guys. I'd like to see the climate grift. Like, dude, it's failed, right? It's failed. All you see is pain in Europe, right? You see decline, Volkswagen now, because they don't have the power, the energy. It's too expensive, right? That's a huge issue. The planet's not dying from CO2. CO2 is life gas. That's like the biggest scam, in my opinion, that you can have. Like, it just, come on, give me a break. And so if you had an interest-free, it's our money, right? It's our money, our assets. We are the asset of our country. Our resources and us are the asset, right? We have workers, we have resources. Why do I need to borrow money at interest for my own assets? They're my assets, your assets. You're a Canadian. Why does the government have to borrow off a private central bank? Ours is slightly different, and I'd have to study it more, but I'm more in tune with the States. I study a lot of American history. Why? Every president that's tried to do something, like Andrew Jackson with the banker wars, or Lincoln with the silverback, or same thing with Kennedy, why am I paying interest on the money? So if I print the money, why am I paying interest on it? It's Canadian money. It's our money. So our government, well, the federal, I don't know how ours works exactly. It's just very similar.
To make sure it's paid back. That's why.
In the thing. Yeah, but why are we paying ourselves back? Like, who made this private bank a boss of us? Like, in Canada, there's some different laws. I have to check into it. They're trying to change them.
Even just from straight up economic theory, right? So if the price of money is zero because you have zero interest, right? But you need to buy a house and you don't have any money, so you need a loan. So
I agree. I'm talking more macro. Like,
it's the exact same thing applies at the macro level. If the price of money is zero, what's the penalty for not paying it back?
Well,
so if you need to capitalize projects, even Stalin, that's actually at the root of a lot of what's going on in Ukraine right now. He needed to capitalize his industrial revolution. That's why there was the famine in Ukraine that still drives things today, to capitalize projects, to capitalize roads. And by borrowing money internationally, that encourages foreign, and it's not that you're just borrowing money. That amounts to essentially foreign investment in your country to help capitalize projects and investments and those sorts of things.
So that's the part that I was trying to do, and obviously I didn't explain it well.
Sure.
But we're spending money on things that don't do things. Like, so imagine I go and I give my money to Brazil and I don't build the Burlington Skyway Bridge. What happens to Hamilton's economy? What happened to their economy when we built the Skyway Bridge? What happened to Niagara? What happened to shipping to Buffalo? All of a sudden, that money we borrowed to build that bridge made money all around us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you could ship more, right? Because the roads are better. You don't have to wait for the, right. That's a good investment, right? That I believe in capital spending, but we're not doing that. We're making a wealth transfer to people in the green industry or money laundering because it goes out to Pakistan.
Way too much of that was going on, especially when Trudeau was there. And I remember his world tour when he was elected, and he went from country to country to country to country, and he was handing out money like it was going out of style, man. I remember that. That was completely irresponsible, and it was just making me want to upchuck because it was stop. Like, that's crazy.
But we're doing the same thing too. And I know me and you don't agree on Ukraine and stuff, but we did give them $2.5 billion that we don't have.
Did we?
And I'm sure we gave Israel money. And I'm sure we gave.
Are you sure?
Well, I thought I saw it on X today that
I know, but do you how's that money being spent? Do you know?
No, I just know that it's our money going out of our pocket.
Not really. No, actually, no, it's not. See, this is the thing. So much of this stuff people don't understand because people are just reading headlines, and then they get the influencers out there who just want to crap all over whatever party they're crapping on. See, and I just watched a thing with George Galloway because somebody sent me a link, and that guy is so full of shit. Sorry, but he mentions this, and he exaggerated, said it's 3 billion. It's not. It's 2.5. And actually he's even referring to it, in US dollars because he doesn't have the intellectual depth to make the distinction, but so that really amounts to 1.8 billion US. And in fact, no money is actually going out at all, Michael, because what Carney was really doing was he was signaling support for Ukraine in a public way prior to the meeting with Trump to give Zelensky some backing and leverage when he went into that meeting to say that Canada's definitely behind you. And this is a very public declaration. But when you look at what that money really is, that's loan guarantees. That's to say that the money is being sort of earmarked and it's sitting over here, but this is like Canada co-signing for a loan through the IMF and other international banks so that Ukraine can then get loans in order to fund reconstruction projects because Russia keeps bombing the shit out of their roads and their energy infrastructure. So that's what that money is for, but Canada's not actually putting the money up front. The bulk of that is loan guarantees, and that money will actually only have to be paid if Ukraine defaults on the loans. So there's actually no money going out from Canadian taxpayers unless the loans aren't repaid. And then the rest of the 2.5 billion Canadian is actually deferred payments on fees for other loans. So that's what makes up the whole 2.5 billion. It was a little bit of political. It's true, but it's not. Nonsense. And so there's not actually money going up. But it's very important to understand the intricacies and the details of these monetary supports that we're giving to other countries, in particular Ukraine, and get to the real facts of it, because it's just so easy then. And I don't know why he doesn't explain it more clearly, but because people don't understand. It's complicated shit, right?
But Rick, no matter how they packaged it, however you package it, it's my money. You're earmarking. I can't spend it now. Just don't stop. I don't want any money out. I'm sorry, I should probably use some other example. I'll research some stupid things like the $10,000 we gave to not poop on a beach or so. I don't know what the heck that one was. But you can see the ridiculous money, right? And I think Andy Lee points out a lot of things like going to empty offices that received a bunch of government money and it's an empty office, right? So I don't want any. if you just stop the spigot, just stop. No no more foreign aid, done. No more DEI, no more climate crap, no more interfering in healthcare, no more interfering in the provinces thing. If a government that would truly serve Canada and unite Canada would be one that would fight crime, you would go and repeal those bills and empower and encourage judges to apply the law equally, regardless of skin color, citizen status, nothing. Like, that's the law. Did you break it? What's the thing? Done. Next, if you want to get rid of your crime, well, okay, you do the bill, but you still have to have gun and drug gangs, right? You have to have your squads for that. Giuliani did a great job in New York for the time he was there. That's huge, right?
We need that broken windows policies.
Yeah, I don't know. He was like, he cracked down pretty hard. It worked. But the next one would be, okay, and we would put a pause on immigration and we deport illegals, right? Your thing expired. Thanks. Go back, reapply.
Yeah,
right?
Can we pause there for a sec? Because
Sure.
I'm interested in just, detailing on that, because what we've seen in the States with Trump troubles me with his deportations and the way he's doing it, right? Because they're rounding people up on the streets. They're putting the National Guard and troops on the streets and cities, which
That
to
kind
me
of freaks me out too.
very
Gonna be
alarming. I'm like,
like,
what the hell is that? And I see people, freedom people going, yeah, right on. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It's just like martial law or a form of it. And so I'm very concerned about that. And I'm concerned about the violation of anyone's rights, even someone on U.S. soil who isn't a citizen still has some rights under the U.S. Constitution, but he has just completely ignored them in a lot of cases, just throwing people on planes and shipping them to El Salvador, to a prison where they may spend life for whatever. Like, we just don't know. And the conditions there, I can't speak to that, but they're not subject to the same U.S. laws. So I'm very concerned about what I'm seeing in that regard. And when I hear people here talking about deporting people, like when I hear you saying it, you're saying deport illegals. Okay. If someone's here illegally, yeah, send them back to where they came from, because they're not supposed to be here. They're here illegally. They entered the country
they're
illegally.
taking somebody's
right?
job.
So I'm
they're
cool with
driving
that.
down wages.
But I'm not sure that that's really what's going on down in the States. There's some of that going on for sure, but it's going beyond that, I'm pretty sure. So
it's definitely the premise. The second he wanted to use National Guard, I believe the first place was Washington, my alarm bells went off, right? Because I just, but there is a point where a government like Minnesota, which you see all the fraud there, all the stuff that they're doing, and a sanctuary city and all that, where they're actually facilitating crimes. Right. So at some point, and I'm not saying this is like, it's such a fine line, and you're correct to have the yellow flag come up. I'm not throwing the red flag yet. I don't know enough to see what the end results or more data, but it definitely yellow flag. Like in soccer, you get the yellow. Hey, I'm not going to kick you out, but, I'm watching you. Next time it's a red. So I'm concerned about that, because it could be the next government that says you need a vaccination. And now the precedent is set. Because you can say that Minnesota governor, even though it's another governor, he's endangering the health of his citizens, right? Like, I don't like these games, right? And especially with that. So I'm on board a bit there. But the other side of the coin too, which keeps me at the yellow flag versus, going back to green or going to red, like I'm just like, whoa, caution, is what do you do when you're trying to, get that illegal guy out, and everybody's throwing rocks at you and burning you and narking and making your life dangerous, like when they ambushed them in Texas, things like that. So you have to balance them both, right? Like, is that force because of this force? Is it, like, if this didn't exist, maybe this wouldn't exist?
Well, a lot of that is happening because people aren't sure what the truth is. Because, even as you and I sit here, you've got a yellow flag out because you're just not sure. And I'm not really sure. I don't know. Like, I'm saying that looks to me like maybe these people's rights are being violated and Trump doesn't care. But over there, I see, like you, maybe some legitimate reasons to send some people back. But for me, that comes down to, okay, well, if these people are here illegally, then they should go through a proper process. Their rights need to be respected. And And if you don't, if you violate people's rights, that's a really big problem, because even if they're doing it to somebody that you want deported, if they're violating that person's rights, then the government can do the same damn thing to you, because they're showing that those rights don't matter, but everybody's rights matter. So how you do these things is critical. It's important. And we've seen even U.S. citizens in some cases being rounded up, maybe by accident or maybe just because of the color of their skin, because they're being hooked up, hunted down by some racist dude with a badge. Like, it's happening. It is happening.
We hope they vet it properly, right?
But we know, but we've seen cases where clearly it's not. So there are some problems. That's why people's rights have to be, because if you put even one person into a gulag down in El Salvador, where they're not going to get out for like 10, 15, 20, maybe life, then, that's a huge injustice, and that has to be stopped, especially if you believe in freedom.
I think that the El Salvador prison and going out to the prisons are basically for, your M13 or whatever they're called, the gangs.
Tren de Aragua, they blame everything on Tren de Aragua now. I don't know how it says, but anyway, that gang over there,
I don't know. So the premise is correct, right? Get out of the bond. Like, if we were here, I'd try to find those 413 illegal guys, right? That have a known criminal record. They would be target number one. I'm assuming that Trump would have that same logic. Okay. So then you got to remember too, that it's also a crime. Like, so if I go to the States, my visa, my TN visa, which I've had working there, expires, I'm illegal. I got to go across and reapply. If I stay and just, screw it, I'm working a deal with my boss, I'm illegal. I'm subject to being kicked out, whether I'm white or brown or not. I'm illegal. And this could be the Tim Horton guy, the guy that came over as a fake student and, is working at Tim Hortons to try to become Canadian or whatever. And I hate the temporary form. We got to get rid of that stuff. It's way out of control. It needs to be managed better. I don't know if you stop it and then figure out how to fix it, or I don't know. But either way, that guy's there. And they're taking jobs away from Canadians. And everyone's, Canadians won't do the jobs. Well, buddy, I met a lot of people that applied for those jobs and didn't get them. So just saying. And that guy's illegal all of a sudden. So you got to remember, that guy is a guy that would get deported too, right? You came here, you said you were a student, your thing expired, you have to go home. And you stay.
I understand the government I think the government is stopping the subsidies through that particular portion
they got
of
to
the program,
stop
right?
that.
I think they are, aren't they? Have you? I don't know.
I haven't looked at. I just know that my friend, staunch liberal, his MP is a good MP, and his right, because she answered the phone for him. She helped him a couple times, and that's what you're supposed to do. So maybe she is a good one in a bad crowd. I don't know, but he suddenly found out about the subsidizing of foreign workers, freaked out. Show it to me. That's enough to shake his vote. I'm done. Right. And how many more Canadians don't know what's going on? Right. And so when I say deport, it's that guy too, right? Just like me, when I had my TN visa and it lasted a year or 2 years and I had to renew it, I got to go across the border. I got to come back in. I got to get permission, because if you pull me over for a speeding ticket, you find out I'm illegal, I'm on a bus or a plane back to Canada. Right. That's just the way it should go. And the same thing for India. And there was another case. I'll
tell you, when you think of that, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll resume with Michael Bator.
All right.
The other side of this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity. The Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day.
Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations, proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Okay, we're back with Michael Bator. I've been looking in the chat just a little bit, and one of our Mavericks in there stirring things up a little bit tonight. So I take it easy on our moderator. She's a nice person, and no pick and fights allowed. So hang on a second here.
I was trying to read some of them too, but I don't know how to reply back. I guess it's just a
Yeah,
constant.
don't ignore those ones. That's not where you want to be. That's we've got that the other channels, only one thing flows through there you can see. We ignore that.
All right.
The real chat is over on Rumble and other places, but it doesn't come through our system. You have to be looking on a separate screen. Anyway, please be nice in the chat. And be nice to the moderator. She's nice too. So don't abuse anybody in there. You can agree to disagree and agree to not agree, whatever, but let's not beat each other up.
Yeah, I think as soon as we start to, I think another thing that I think that we've lost is our sense of, I don't know, I wouldn't say dignity, but respect. Ad hominem tax. If you can keep, I don't know, I can compartmentalize myself pretty good. I get in shit from my wife a lot for taking stuff. Maybe I should fight back more, but on purpose, I just want to listen to people, right? And try to keep everything on the topic ish, without getting heated. And unfortunately, I've played hockey. I know I've dropped my gloves once in a while. It happens, right? But I try for the most part to try to stay even keel and stuff. So where were we? We did the first half. The priorities of the government, I think, are not aligned with what the people's needs are. I think it would be fair that we probably want to have better crime laws where we don't leave our keys out and let them steal from us. I'm not sure guys like you might go as far as castle law, but I believe that, I'm kind of more on Danielle Smith, Texas type, protect your house, your body, and your property.
Do you understand though why police would say something like, just let them take the keys to your car?
Well, they're thinking that, that all these people are benevolent and they're just going to take your car. And most of the times, maybe they do. Well, how about stopping them from freaking taking our cars, right? How about you keep them in jail, because half these guys are out on bail. I read it every day. Guy out on bail commits crime. Guy let out on bail commits crime. Right? That's where I was driving with that.
I
I
understand, but at the same time, like, say someone breaks in. I'm here at my parents' place, right? Because my dad had a hip operation, so I'm living here right now in my mom's basement.
Oh, well, hey, you're doing the right thing. My uncle looked after my grandma. I'd have my dad here. I'd go to his place if he needed help. So there's nothing wrong.
So my dad, he's a pretty tough bird, especially when I see the way he responded to his operation. But if somebody breaks into the house here and says, "I'm taking your van," I'd be like, just give him the keys, Dad. Like, let him take the damn thing. I don't give a crap. We'll get you another van. Like, somehow, you've got insurance. Let him have it. Don't like, what if he fights? You see, somebody could get hurt, and it might be my dad. So I understand. I understand the concept behind what the cops are saying, and it's the same thing. It's kind of weird too at stores, right? They say if you work in retail today and there's a shoplifter who comes in and you get the employee training program, they'll say, just let them take it. And then, you can call the cops or whatever after, and then nothing ever happens, unfortunately. But, because they don't want the employee chasing down some guy who's maybe desperate because he's a drug addict and he pulls out a gun and pops you in the head. Like, that's bad over a bag of chips, right? So I get the idea. At the same time, I'm also, I empathize with your position and totally understand that you should have the right to protect your home. And if you choose to fight back, you shouldn't be the person who ends up in jail. So I totally get the change in the law that's needed, because they shouldn't be charging the homeowner. But at the same time, I understand where the cops are coming from with that cop who said, what was it, a police chief or was it a community relations guy?
It was our police. It was a Durham guy after
either way. Saying, just let him take the keys. I get it. Leave the keys near the front door, though, so to make it easy for them. But
you're just asking for them to rob people, right? Yeah. There's no deterrent, right? They're not scared of the law. Mm-hmm. They're not scared of the cops. Yeah, they need to be scared of you, right? Like, that's what I understand.
You know what they really need to be scared of is not me. They need to be scared of the law.
Well, they do, but the law is letting us down. So that's why in America you've always had the 2A.
Because it's not severe enough, the punishment. So if you get caught with shoplifting,
you're out on bail.
Right. And that's not right. They need to enforce the law.
So we can agree on that. I'm a little bit extreme. I want some castle law. Even Dougie said he'd like it after his house was broke into, because some of these guys are psychos. Some of these guys are like raping 3-year-olds and 12-year-olds, right? Like, what if they go after your wife or something? Like, maybe they're the sexual predator breaking into your house. I don't know. Maybe the guy's like some serial murderer dude. I don't know. You broke into my house. Something's wrong.
I don't even have a problem with the concept of castle law, because you should have the right to defend your house if you choose to do it.
But here's the other side.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with obviously a liberal elbows up guy, and he did bring up some good points, right? There was a guy, there's a couple, because I don't think it's perfect. I don't think either side's going to be perfect in this sense. I think castle law really helps, but there are abuses of it, right? So this guy accidentally knocks on the door because he thinks it's his house, and a guy blows him away. Like, you can't do that shit. Or the guy's running away, smashed your window. You, hey, get out of here. And he's freaking running away, and you shoot the guy in the back. Like, so,
See?
I want to be able to protect myself. I know I'm not going to go shoot a guy in the back unless he shot at me and ran away and it was weird accident, or, or I grabbed baseball bat or whatever, or he comes at me with a meat cleaver or a crossbow like the other guy, and you kind of get the crossbow off him. You don't know what'll happen, right?
No, you bring up something very valid and important. We talked about this with the Bondi Beach incident as well, where it was sort of a little bit of a discussion that I commented on, where the guy who tackled the gunman and took the rifle away and then pointed at him, he didn't shoot the
Yeah, well,
suspect,
then
right?
Buddy go and picked up another gun and shot more people.
But Michael, if that guy at that point had, and I commented on this, right? He was right to not shoot the guy, because if he had shot that guy at that point, who was in a defensive posture, who had backed away, was unarmed, and was then beginning to retreat, at that point, if he had shot that guy, then the guy who took the rifle away, he would have gone to jail, because that would have constituted murder under the law. Now,
Yeah,
if
well,
you,
no,
and then
the-
if you get a sympathetic jury, they may
if
choose
you're in
to,
Texas,
right?
If you're in Texas, you might get a guy like that. Like, hey, he just killed these people. Who cares, right? You like you said, the jury would decide. Which I hate that England is taking that away, because the jury would decide with the person more than the government. But let's get back to that. So he should have subdued that guy. I don't know how I'd feel if I was there and I just had that adrenaline rush. I don't know.
Mhm.
But ideally, what would have been great? Guy takes the gun off, and where are the cops? Hiding behind a car. They have guns. I hear of a lady that wants to grab the gun to go after the guy because he just killed someone. He's going to kill someone else. And back to your thing, why wasn't he subdued? Like maybe you're not trained, you don't know what's going on. But if someone broke into my house and it was some situation where I got the weapon off him, unless in the struggle it went off or something like that. Now, okay, the threat's gone. My life isn't in danger. I've got you in control, but I'm not going to tell you to leave. I'm going to have you wait until the cops come. I'm going to be like a bull mastiff, let you into the house, but you're not allowed to leave until the owner comes, which in this case would be waiting for the cops to come.
Right.
But that guy ended up going out and killing more people. So somehow,
but you can't predict the future, and this the
no,
point,
you can't.
Yeah, and the point is that at any given moment, your decision might either make you a hero or it might get you thrown in jail and in a lot of trouble too. And at the heat of the moment, especially if you don't have training, you might use excessive force. You might do something that would get you in trouble. So these are complicated things, and people have to make decisions in a split second when you take action like that. So fortunately, that guy didn't go to jail. Unfortunately, more shots were fired after, it's very complex, right? Same thing when somebody breaks into your house. If you say that's why castle law really needs to be revised. I think you're right about that, because it's skewed the other way around right now. And you're quite right to point it out, because a homeowner will end up charged if just for defending their home at this point. But
so that's the crime thing. We know that we need a moratorium on immigration. Like, we got to do something with temporary workers. So, we've discussed a lot of the things that I believe that people have been telling you, me, and that's what they would like fixed. And instead, we've got bills C2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that have nothing to do with that. Pretty bows on it. Oh, I'm going to protect kids on the internet, or, oh, there's hate. You know what? We already have laws that cover hate speech and things. Right now, we're just making it, we're going to have an anti-Christian hate law now too? Like, do we need one for everything? Like, it's just crazy. And then we're spending all this money, and our priorities are wrong. That was the point that I was trying to make, is that I don't think the government's priorities are aligned with the needs of Canadian citizens. It's as simple as that, right? So let's go on to the second half. What happens in the second half? Gold and silver start to go a bit mental. Carney finally comes out with a delayed budget. The budget is $80 billion. Or
78 billion, yeah.
78 billion, spending more money. And it's wrong. In my opinion, it's wrong. And you're going to see the Canadian dollar and the US dollar probably continue to drop against precious metals and hard assets, commodities. Well, the commodity is based on supply and demand as well. And silver right now is being stretched. And everyone's like, oh, well, why can't I afford things? Why can't I? Because it is the inflation. You think 2% is okay. I would like to see 0%, so low that, when I have $1 10 years ago, I can pretty much get the same combo, right? I just paid $38 for Michelle and I to have a Harvey's and a Swiss Chalet combo of a quarter chick. $38. Okay. 5 years ago, that would have cost me 25, maybe 30, maybe 18. Like it's ridiculous, and people wonder why. And a lot of that is the printing of the money. That's where the dollar goes down. You correctly address the cost of living being tied to demand, right? We're bringing in 1 million people. Well, what do you expect? There's more people in line. You go to Canada's Wonderland and it's packed. Well, of course you can't move. Of course you can't get on the ride. Of course you can't do things. We've overcrowded it, and Canada's overcrowded. So you definitely hit the nail on the head. A lot of the cost of living there too, right? Because imagine if all these guys went home, there'd be more available supply, less demand. The rents might go down enough that kid making $30 an hour, maybe he could go and live in a 1-bedroom or a bachelor, right? Right now he can't. He's living with roomies. So I don't know. The second half, from a PPC point of view of Michael Bator in Burlington.
Can we stop for a second? But don't you think that the real solution to the housing issue, which is the main driving force behind inflation, because housing prices have gone berserk, right?
Oh yeah, it's insane. Boomers love it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you already had a home, then you're cashing in. But it's all relative. If you sell your house, you still need a place to live, so you have to buy another.
Yeah, you got to
right?
buy. Yeah.
So you're
So
kind
you buy 2 houses, right?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, some people have, but of course, then you're into different tax laws. But the solution is to build more homes, to increase the supply, to bring prices down. But the reason they don't want to do that is because of the boomers. They don't want to lose, because they don't want to build houses that will deflate the values of homes, because that also affects the bottom line for government and revenue for government, because you got mill rates, even at the municipal level, which determine property tax levels. You have, the taxation based on property valuations at various levels of government. And just to take that, if you had deflation, like dropping home prices, that's sucking money now out of the system. So you have to be careful how you do it, because now you would have then created sort of a bubble of sorts, right? If you just reduce the demand without increasing the supply, if you're not finding a way to hit the equilibrium, then you're just going to create other problems. And it's not really a money supply issue, the housing issue. It's a supply and demand issue. We're not building enough houses fast enough because we have too much demand growing too quickly.
Yeah, well, I would argue more it's a demand issue than a supply issue. Like to solve it quick, right? To solve it quick, you send the people back, let them expire, go home, reapply when we figure out what's going on, right? If you do that, you will see, like we even see the pressure coming off the prices a bit, because they just don't rise as much, right? And then if you also take away all these incentives and all the fact that we're bringing in third world to work third world wages, stealing jobs from first world people that normally would get a decent wage, like them saying they can't afford to work.
The jobs are not a zero-sum game. If you have people coming in, that creates demand across the economy. And so that results actually in economic expansion. If you remove a bunch of people, then, that results in economic contraction. Demand begets supply, because if there's demand there, then companies will respond, even in the private sector, to meet those demands. And that's why Canada, has resorted to immigration, because we do need to fill some of these jobs, and we do need economic expansion. You need drivers behind that. It's just that it hasn't been handled at a proper pacing, and it's out of whack, especially on the housing side.
Well, personally, if I wanted to drive my economy, I would get rid of all the foreign aid, balance my budget, and get things in order, right? Then the next thing I would do is, if I could get things in order well enough, I want to encourage capital to come here. I don't want to do that, raise the business tax or whatever, so that the doctor that worked 24/7 while his kids were little to pay off his practice now has to pay 65% tax on it. Like, I want to encourage people to come to Canada and build the business. Right now we are discouraging them, and we're having one of our bigger drain We've had them a few times in the past, but we're experiencing brain drain. And if you reduce the people, I'm hoping that those jobs, that those temporary workers, that now the homeless guy that's not a drug addict can get his feet back on the ground, right? You address other issues too about the mental health and the way we don't spend money on it, and we just throw people here, kill yourself, here, do drugs till you OD. Like you identified that part of it. And you've been in there. I didn't go into the homeless. I just noticed that, wow, it wasn't there, and now it is. I walked right by there 2-3 years ago, not even. And so that's
in my town
experience.
too. It was never anybody on the streets homeless, period. We
So
didn't
then-
have, that you ever saw.
But when you're doing the build, so I'm build. We've never really, if I remember the numbers correctly, our average is around 273,000. We might have hit 325 once in a while. Our 1972 one is the one I remember, because that's when I think all hell broke loose. You had the gold standard going off. You had multiculturalism. I think that's when the wheels started to fall off. And so I always remember that date. And we probably only had at that time 21,000 people. And yet we could build 273,000, 250. We've never, ever been able to get much over that. So that is our pocket, right? For people that have kids and what we bring in. Right. And we've been over that for years now, not artificially creating a real estate bubble. So the idea is, if you do it right, the prices flatten. Right. If you do it wrong, you're right. Like if I suddenly drain too much, now I might have down pressure on the prices. Right. Which could have.
Or if you build too many houses too quickly in a particular type of home too, you could have you could
too many condos.
That's right.
Not enough single dwelling, or vice versa. So it's a nuanced situation. But I personally believe what would fix Canada: balance the budget. Let's get rid of all this climate crap, SOGI stuff, DEI. Just get it out of here. We're spending way too much money. I would cut the foreign aid, and I'm pretty much espousing most of the policies. The odd time I give you my personal opinion. That might be a little bit off of the parties, but in general, if we had the moratorium, send the guys back, let's figure it out. It's going to take some stress off. Now you release the demand. Now you got to figure out how your supply is going. If we can hit that sweet spot, 275, and there's other things that can help our supply side out, which would be at the provincial and municipal level, right? We also have issues there that I've been told that make it hard for a guy to go out and, commit to a subdivision. There's all this red tape and all these things. So I don't know enough about it. I just know that some guys that are, real estate investors, buy properties, buy things, they were very concerned about the capital gains, about the ability to fix a place, how we rent places, stuff like that. So there are other issues that would help us there. But I don't think the government should be involved at all. Right? Your job is to make guys that know what they're doing want to come here because it's fertile, right? The taxes are good. The environment's good. It's safe. It's stable. If I put in this effort in 10 years, you're not going to tax it all away, all my money. Like, you need that, or these people aren't going to come here. They're going to go to other places. So that's how you have to rebuild our economy. Fix the flood, right? We're being flooded by immigration, and we're flooding the market with money, devaluing our money, right? And we're doing it to spend it on stuff that doesn't benefit Canadians. Like I said, that Skyline Bridge, what a great spend of money. Toronto subway, what a great spend of money. But why am I sending 3 water bombers in 2017 to Brazil? Right? When my place was burning. There's just a way to spend the money, right? And borrowing, like you said, can beget more borrowing, right? Or investment. You're saying, hey, I'm starting the Alberta sands, and I made the regulations, and and me and Saskatchewan and a couple other people are going to pay 50% of the pipeline. Will you pay the other 50%? And they come in and they build your pipeline and they run it, and you tax them fairly, so that everybody, you're creating the jobs, you're creating the money, you're sharing it with all the people. And that, you brought up a good point. I'm not against that. I just don't like where our money's going. I don't like to go borrow money to go to the casino, right? I like to borrow money to give it to buy my kids instead of buying my kids something for Christmas, I'm giving it to the neighbor 5 houses down. Why am I doing that? Why? So that's, I think we're on the same page-ish there. but I'm just I tend to be a little more right wing than you, I think.
Probably, I mean, when it comes to economic things, probably not. It's just that I think understanding how the system and the tools work together is complex, and I have a bit of a little bit more of a grounding and education, I think, in just economics because I studied it in school as part of my journalism background, right? So I just bring a little bit more of that to the table, not to the level of say like a full-fledged economist, but I've just got some background in it, so I just have a wider view. And I think that you and I actually want to get to very much the same place. I want less government. I want less government
Yes.
regulation. I want taxes used as an incentive. I don't want government handouts. I would rather see economic tools used to incentivize people to do things, to get them to do things because there's a financial or a tax benefit to doing it, rather than saying, here's a big wad of money, go do this thing, because that's governments picking winners and losers. I think the free market should be used as much as possible to drive things through policy, rather than government saying, we're going to do this, including in the housing sector, because if you have the government saying, and I hear politicians say this shit all the time, it's even during municipal elections. Well, what are you going to do about the housing problem? Well, we'll build more houses. That's
you can't
like,
build more than we've never built in our life.
Like the government's going to, so that's what they think. Well, we have a housing shortage. We'll build more houses. Well, who? The government then? The government's going to build all the houses? No. You need to create market conditions where construction companies come in, contractors, real estate investors. So the industry comes in and builds houses because there's a financial incentive to do it. And the economic conditions are such that it's advantageous to do it. And then government doesn't have to do it. We don't have to spend a gazillion tax dollars to do it. And that's what so that's free market, man, as much as you can, because that's what will drive it. That's also what will get you to supply and demand equilibrium quicker than anything, because government can't figure that crap out. Let people decide what they want to buy. What kind of a house do you want to buy? Let the market decide, and let the private companies, all these private companies that make all these decisions within their business every single day. How many nails do I need to buy? How many 2x4s? How much plywood? They'll decide, because they'll be monitoring every day of their business, how much business is coming in the door, not some central planner up in Ottawa who's saying, we're going to build 200 houses in this neighborhood in Windsor, Ontario, when they don't know anything about the community. You use the free market, unleash the power of that, and you'll solve the problems. But that's not largely what happens. And so I think you and I are very much in alignment. It's just that we're looking at it slightly differently.
So we both agree that the government should mind its own frickin' business
as much as possible. Yeah.
Get out of my face. Don't do it to protect me, or it's safe and effective. Just piss off. I'll decide myself. Give me the money. Don't go put a rainbow sidewalk out. Why am I paying for it? Like why am I paying for that? I don't want to pay for that, right? So don't tax me.
Social engineering, like get the government out of that stuff.
Social engineering's just got to go. That's the big elites trying to control the game, to keep their power, to keep their wealth. They just use identity politics against us so that we don't realize they're stealing from us. That's literally, in my opinion, at a high level. We're being robbed, and here's all the distractions to make Rick and Mike fight. Let's go in the Ukraine war, and now Rick and Mike are gonna, start disagreeing. Oh, let's talk about, immigration. Now we can call people racist and break them into little groups. Like, it's just ridiculous. The government should get the hell out of our way. Its job, in my opinion, is to protect our borders, which they're failing miserably. Right, and we got 431 guys, and that's the tip of the iceberg, because that's only what they know. And then 150 other innocent guys. I don't want to go back to India, or I don't want to go back to this place, right? And then you have other illegals. Like, we got to do something about this, and I that's their job, right? Okay, the next one. is to protect us. Like I said, it's also the military. Okay, great. It's also to create a fair playing field with criminal law, because that's the federal. You've got your criminal federal laws, and it's to make a fair playing field. We need to go after shady businesses, shady deals. We need to cut the corruption in the government. But will it ever happen? Because, we're talking about guys that don't care and would just shoot people, right? They're drug dealers influencing, they're Chinese agents, they're Indian agents, they're whoever, they're Americans out screwing in our parliament. Who knows? We definitely know the WEF
Definitely.
because they brag about it, right? The WEF brags about it. So we definitely know that they've infiltrated us. And I think that we need to cut all of the spending, because once you take away all that foreign money, all that extra money, you put it back into Rick's pocket. If Rick thinks that we should have a sidewalk that commemorates our fallen heroes, then fine, Rick, go ahead, start a group and collect some money and ask the city if you can, paint your sidewalk, right? I don't want to paint. Maybe I will. Maybe you'll come up to me and you'll say, hey, Mike, I really, really want to put that crosswalk that honors our Canadian soldiers over the years, right? Yeah, I'll give you $50. Here you go, right? But because I got the $50, because I'm not going paycheck to paycheck, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can decide, hey, Rick's got a good idea, I want to do that. Or the guy that was that you were getting heated with the 51st state, my buddy, the paratrooper, the Canadian guy, a couple interviews ago. Remember him? And he said he'd invite anyways, he's a good buddy of mine. He's a fun guy. But
I don't remember.
Anyways, he totally different point of view. But he's of the same adage of that we need to get rid of our government. Like, just get out of the way. Education's education. Why are you trying to do transfers in order to social engineer, right? Like, no, just leave it alone. Let the provinces handle their responsibilities, and we'll handle the protection, the money to try to keep the economy going. And like you said, try to encourage business, right? Like, whether it's a tax incentive, whether it's a grant for a particular type of project. And if we would just unleash Alberta, get the hell out of the way. Quebec's got lots of great resources too, and I'm sure the East Coast could benefit. Every society that was great had cheap energy, right? They either had labor as their means to do, or they had cheap energy and machinery, right? Look at Germany after going green. Are you serious? You blew up an expensive nuclear plant and coal plants, and now everybody's freezing, and you still have to buy stuff off Russia. Like how stupid is that? I don't want that for Canada. I want the money to be in your pocket, Rick. I want it to be in my son's pocket. I want him to decide what he wants to buy, right? And how you do that is by getting the hell out of the way. Stop your social engineering. Put your money. Fix our military. Stop treating them like dirt bags and trash. Like I couldn't believe when I went to Victoria, like talking to my nephew. Like our military, like we don't treat them with respect in any way. Trudeau's saying we don't have money for them, but he can send it to, I keep saying Ukraine, I gotta find a new person to pick on, but they're sending it away. I don't have this for you, military, which you guys are putting your life on the line to defend our women and children and our way of life. But I can give it to somebody that is in another country, that paid nothing here, that does nothing. Like, it's just crazy. The government's got to get out, fix the military, fix the economy, get rid of the taxes. It's going to be hard because we owe so much money. So we're not going to be able to just drop taxes, but maybe we can for the businesses more to get them to come in. I don't know. I just think that our country's going in the wrong direction. The government has the wrong priorities. They don't fit what Canadians are feeling, and they're not the solutions Canadians need to have the life that they once had. I don't even know how to sum it up any better than that.
Okay. So, you know what else was really weird about 2025? All the really weird stuff. Like UFO stuff and Three-Eye Atlas. And I mean, we talked about truth and finding it difficult to know what the truth is. And then you see Charlie Kirk gets shot.
Oh yeah, that was huge.
And then some people are like, he's not killed. It's a conspiracy. It's just he's still alive. And then, other people like, Macron had him assassinated. Candace Owens is saying that Macron had Charlie Kirk assassinated after blaming it on the Jews. It's so, and then it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's an attempted assassination these days on a president, whatever. Instantly, you get all these different theories and discrediting whatever the investigators come out with or whatever public statements are made. They're lying. So it just gets to the point where nobody knows what the hell is true anymore. Well, this has been a critical year for that.
My dad brought me up because I remember one day I think it was 1980, and I was chirping on the Russians invading Afghanistan. I'm like, oh, these Russians, blah, 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 blah. Like what this is just, and my dad just said, you know what? The Americans are just as bad. No way. Yep, they're all freaking liars. They're all lying to you. Anybody that won't answer a question straight up is a liar, right? Like that's it. And it's your job to go through, because each of those liars is putting out splinters of truth, 10%, 20%. And you got to grab all the liars and sift like you would through wheat to get the truth. And it's just not right. And maybe Aristotle or Plato, whichever one said it, that maybe we're not equipped enough to understand the mechanisms. And, when that was his flaw in democracy, the shiny things, right? There's too many people that fall for shiny things, and the criminals and tyrants use that. They use your emotion against you, identity politics. And so I don't know, maybe I got to go reread that again, but I got a lot to read. I got like 8 beautiful. I studied political science as a minor. I didn't go the extra year because I got this really cool job, so I didn't finish up. But I got my other degree and missed my minors. But I remember reading some of that, and I didn't truly understand the Second Amendment as well, right? I went to Carleton and U of T to finish up, and I never really understood what it really meant, the tyranny, until COVID. As soon as COVID hit, I realized that, whoa, I don't care if that was 200 years ago or 2,000 years ago. Tyranny is always with us, and you have to keep your eye on it. And it just seems that they're just, slowly bleeding us, right? Like, take this right away, take that right, this other tax. Now let's tax the water. Like, who taxes water coming down on your property? Like, it's getting ridiculous. It's like they're trying to monetize the entire world, forests, water, everything. Oh, it's all climate. It's this. Oh no, everything's a transaction. We want to monetize everything. And to me, I just want to get back to the roots of having a family, having a barbecue, having a couple extra bucks kicking around for an emergency or a vacation, and just leave me the hell alone, right? If I want to go to the gun range, let me go. If I want to buy a handgun, let me do it. If I want to eat steak, I'm going to eat steak. If I want to go buy a house, I'm going to buy a house. Like, I don't know. It feels like an anti-state the more we continue.
You said something quite a while back about Bator's bills, and one of the first things you would do is pass a law to prevent us from ever being locked down again. And I'm in favor of that because, man, that was horrific what they did. But I'm curious, I mentioned, I talk about this all the time. To me, the way to prevent that from ever happening again is to address Section 1 in the Charter. And I don't ever hear anybody talking about that anymore.
Is that the notwithstanding clause?
It's it's the section there where, they have to. This is what Max and Brian Peckford went to the Supreme Court with, because they were saying that it was a violation, that it was unconstitutional. But they've used Section 1 to do an end run around all of our laws, because that's the section that deals with the limits on our rights. But because of the way that it's written, they used it to just do whatever the hell they wanted. So that needs to be weakened, in my view, by being rewritten. I would say even removed, but that's dangerous too, because that makes these rights like totally absolute. And there are problems inherent in that too. So it needs to be restructured, rewritten. But even as Peckford would lay out, and Max too, because the section reads, let me see if I've got something here. You have
I've got
to
it on
show
my
that
wall
it's,
in the kitchen.
yeah, demonstrate so that like they were trying to go to court to say that the lockdowns and the mask mandates and whatever it was they had
It's
focused
mostly
on
the travel restrictions.
demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society, demonstrably justified. And see, I think they were right, because I don't think they did meet that standard against
Oh, they
Section 1.
didn't.
But
that's why
then
they dropped it.
yeah, they
made it
rendered
mute.
the case moot because
Yeah.
they'd been lifted at that point. So we need to kind of figure out that, because you can pass all the laws you want, but because Section 1 is part of the Charter and part of the Constitution, that overrides any new law that you will ever write. So it won't make a hill of beans difference if you just write a new law. So you need to address that, and nobody talks about it. I don't understand. I don't understand why.
The Constitution is a tricky wicket. You could end up going in there thinking you're going to fix it and make it worse, right?
You
like
could.
just in the climate we're in right now, with the infiltration from the CSIS and people telling us, and you can see like, hey, why are they doing these decisions? Like, and like Trudeau with a drug dealer or whatever. Like, it's just weird. Like, something weird's going on, and I don't think it's an appropriate time to open the Constitution, because I think that we just have too many foreign influences, too many exterior influences on our politics right now.
But but at the same time, I think that the reason we got locked down is because of foreign influences. So we need to do something right away. And we're just taking our eye off the ball. I think we're doing all these other things and worried about all these, and that single thing right there, you fix that so that they can't lock us. That's how you stop them from locking you down again, or imposing mandates the way that they did. Until you fix that, they'll always be able to do it, no matter what else you do.
If you want, well, I'm looking it up. I don't know if I can share it, but the Bator's Bills is on my Substack.
Okay.
So it's michaelbator.substack.com. And then I believe, I'm just looking at, I did it in the summer with Mike Baer, Free Speech Media. We did 2 of the bills. I think we released 2 of them. It takes a while. Like, even with like AI and Google, there's a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, it's Bator's BB1, and it's about basically trying to enshrine rights. And maybe I could just look at the post quickly. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'll just read the preamble to you.
Sure.
Just for a taste and whatever. But it says, whereas the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms affirms that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. Whereas bodily autonomy and the right to make decisions regarding one's own medical treatment are essential to human dignity and freedom. Whereas no person shall be compelled, coerced, or incentivized by threat of penalty, denial of services, or loss of livelihood to receive any medical treatment, including vaccinations. Whereas the role of the government in a free and democratic society is to protect the individual rights and freedoms, not suspend or condition them under the pretext of public health or other emergency powers. Whereas the forced closure of businesses, places of worship, school, public assemblies represent a violation of economic liberty, freedom of conscience, and freedom of association. Whereas peaceful protest is a fundamental democratic right, and the misuse of criminal charges such as mischief for suppressing dissent constitutes an abuse of justice. Now, therefore, the Crown, by which, with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons of Canada, enact as follows. And then I go on to, and obviously I'm not a lawyer, I'm not this, but I did the best I could. And if you go to my Substack at michaelbator.substack.com, you can read it. And I go through all the public health orders, everything. Each of the protection of body autonomy, the medical privacy and informed consent, offenses and penalties for coercion, fraud, and medical harm. This is where I try to put the teeth into it, where they can be subject to penalties up to $5 million or imprisonment when particular offenses are like if an offense for an individual employer, government body, organization, corporation, or agent thereof to deny employment, education, housing, healthcare, travel, or public services to a person based on their medical status or refusal to undergo a medical procedure. And I go through all of these, and there's a few more,
I'll tell you what.
coerce.
Let's take a little break. Email me the link to that so I can put it up on the screen, and we'll go through more of it, because that's golden, is what you're saying there. I love that stuff. So
hey, good. This is the part we agree on, Rick. This is where we became bros until Ukraine and some other crap came up.
Okay.
I'll send it to you now.
All right, cool. Hang on a second here, folks. We'll be right back after this.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity, the Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. It custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations. Proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Affected by this. Oh, it's these
Okay,
ones.
here
Oh,
we
okay,
go.
great.
We're back
Thank you.
live with Michael. And where did you send the link, Michael?
I sent the link to your email and in the chat of the Google Spaces,
Okay.
because I'm connected kind of weird differently. So I just put it in the
There it is.
chat.
I've got it. I found it.
Yeah, so there's like a little 4-minute video. My friend Mike Bator from Free Speech Media helped out, and the team put together, the communications team and stuff like that. We all chatted and kind of put it together, and
Well,
didn't really take off as much as I thought. Maybe it's good I released it in the summer.
well, maybe let's run the video then. How about that?
Actually, that'd be really cool if you could do that.
Yeah, let's
Put a lot
bring
of
it
work
up. There
into
it is, right there. Okay, fasten your seatbelts. We're on for a heck of a ride here. Looks like we're going to go flying.
Well, I don't know about flying, but we tried real hard to make it nice and clear.
Bator's Bills has got a nice ring to it. Where's the audio?
Sound? There you go.
I hope this isn't copyrighted.
I don't think so. I've got all the stock stuff from Adobe Premiere and stuff. For context, that was 2021.
No audio, it says. I don't think we have audio on this, Michael, so let me just, I'm going to make a change here. Hang on. I will fix it. I'll bring it up over here instead. You may not be able to see it, Michael, but you've seen the video, so you know it's in it. Okay. Give me just a second.
Oh, good.
While I fix this.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of a surprise. I didn't expect that. I would have got it to you earlier.
No problem. We can go here and go right there.
Yeah, the team worked pretty hard. It was Mike Bator from Free Speech Media, great guy. He also ran for the PPC.
Here it is. Okay, video's running. Video's rolling now. Okay, they can't see on the screen now.
When I'm elected to the Member of Parliament, I want to submit a bill that says they will never ever be able to lock down again. Would you sign that bill? Is that the bill I should submit first?
Hi, I'm Michael Bator, the Burlington candidate of record for the PPC. I'm starting something new that I'm calling Bator's Bills. I've got 3 goals in mind, and first, I want you to know exactly what I stand for and what I'll fight for as your Member of Parliament in Burlington. Social media debates are fine. I love the Meet Mike coffee shop talks. They're great, but ideas can get lost in the noise. And Bator's Bills, we're going to cut through that. Second, I want to spark discussion. These aren't just my ideas carved in stone. I've thought long and hard about these topics, but I know that good ideas can only get better when Canadians talk them through. So I welcome your comments and your feedback. Third, I want to get a head start. I truly believe the people of Burlington will send me to Parliament, and I don't want to show up empty-handed. I want clear, well-built ideas ready to go on day one. Now, these bills are written like draft laws, and that's on purpose. It keeps things clear, and it helps me sharpen my skills as someone who plans to serve you in Ottawa. But I don't have the staff or the Department of Justice behind me. Not yet. So these drafts will improve over time as I hear from you, and as I work with legal experts, with Parliament, and most of all, with Canadians across this beautiful country of ours. There's still work to do. Things like making sure the text is bilingual, lining it up with Canadian law, and making sure it stands up under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that's exactly why I'm sharing these early, so together we can make them stronger. Bator's Bill BB1, an act to enshrine bodily autonomy, protect medical privacy, and prohibit government-imposed lockdowns and coercive medical mandates. The first bill builds on the incredible work of the National Citizens Inquiry, an independent review of how our country handled COVID-19. It showed us where the government went way too far and where Canadians paid a big price. I'm putting these forward because I believe in you. I believe Canadians deserve leaders who are clear, honest, and ready to fight for your rights. Let's build something better together. Let's start right here and right now. This is Bator's Bills. Straight talk, real solutions, and a promise to never stop working for you. Thank you so much for your support over these last 4 years. Thank you for your future comments. And together, I know we can get our Canada back. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. All right, Michael. So we ran the video, so people got the full Michael Bator's bill experience.
Yeah, that was the intro. So it had a lot of extra stuff to it. Stuart wanted to really help me write it, and I think he did a good job. When you go into the actual text of it, you'll see, I don't know if you want to share it, but you'll see that I tried to address what went wrong, like shutting down businesses, forcing people to have vaccines, travel, not being able to go to the gym, all of those things combined. And then I set out to try to so the preamble I read to everybody. So let's go down a bit more. And then you'll see I've broken it into topics. Yeah, so basically the first one discusses, the authority, the declaration, or shall be used by any, you can't do it. I tried every legal way or every way I could to make sure there wasn't a loophole. And again, I'm not perfect. It's open for people to make comments, maybe change sections. But, I'm trying to cover, don't shut our churches down. Don't shut our kids' hockey down. Public events, demonstrations, assemblies, etc. And then the next one is I go in and I also make it apply to healthcare, and I just keep going crazy, name every single person that screwed us over, and I tried to put it in there. And then I describe what the body autonomy is. And if you go further, I believe I describe punishments as well. Yeah, so that the punishments is what I like, but you can see that medical privacy, all the things that, Tim Hortons is allowed to ask me.
So do you address penalties here as well?
Oh yeah, the penalties would be down there. So this is what I would do. And again, it's open. It's open. You can see that, we talk about some of the things. This more is about repealing certain laws, Quarantine Act, etc. But I do have the penalties listed. I think it was either above earlier, or maybe I should read along too quick. It's here it is, redress and expungement, and all fines and penalties. So I don't have the fines are above, I believe. It's been a while since I've read it. Keep going. That's our amendments. Yeah, here we go. Exceeding. Yeah, so you'll say, so this one's about mischief. I don't want to see people like Tamara getting jailed and thrown in jail for mischief. If you're caught doing something like that, I want the guy to have a fine. If you put someone in for mischief and you abuse them like they were abused, then I want some type of fine, right? If there's obstruction or interference with public order and no threat to life, property, or anything, you're just protesting, really is what I'm trying to say. If you go topple statues and break windows, well, this doesn't apply, right? You're going to charge them. I just don't want it to be misused. Right. And then later you'll see that companies that actually don't let you fly or, won't let you into the gym are subject to bigger fines in the millions of dollars for infractions. Right. So without teeth, unless we can have laws where Rick says, no, I'm staying open. I'm selling pizza. Right. I don't care. What, 99.8% chance of survival? No, my pizza place is staying open. And then they come shut him down. He's losing his money. He's lawfared. Well, then they have no consequence. I want a consequence. So Rick, okay, you lawfare Rick, great. And now he's suing you for $2 million and you get a criminal fine. I'm trying to make the law so that there's accountability built in and a deterrence.
Can I ask you a question? Because I've wrestled with this a little bit. Because I'm with you here. There is a question though. Is there ever a scenario where, say, lockdowns would be justified?
I honestly, I don't think that, put it this way. Anytime someone has to put a gun to your head for you to do something, it's probably not good for you to do, right? Because people have a natural inclination to do what's right for them, because you know yourself, right? So if someone's trying to sell you a used car and he's rushing you, like, oh, do this. Oh, if you don't do that, this is going to happen. Oh, then I back off right away, because you're not selling me the product. You're trying to pressure me. You're trying to do something. To me, that's a signal that something's wrong, right? And I think a lot of people, some people would disagree and they're like, oh, everybody's a sheep. But individually, if we didn't have all that fear panic and people were actually able to decide for themselves and not be coerced, and you went to the store and that guy's open and that guy's not, then you make your choice. Am I going to stay home from Christmas, and maybe this is my grandma's last Christmas, or am I going to hide at home, or am I going to go see my grandma because it's really important to her at Christmas, right? Like that's our decision as a family. You get what I'm saying? I think people would naturally do the right thing. So no, I don't think there is a situation where you're going to tell people to lock down. They're either going to listen or they're not, right? But okay, hold on. You got me thinking. So there are situations where, so let's say, one of the interviews we did in 2023 was I got, evacuated from Kelowna, right? I pretty much saw the fire and I split. Like you warned me and I split. But it is my choice if I wanted to stay there. But then I could be putting some rescue people in jeopardy, right? But then again, I might have a good reason, right? Hey, I've got a lot of stuff here. I can't move. I need to protect it, or my grandma's here. I can't move her. I don't know. There could be situations. But in general, I think people will make the right decision, because I wasn't going to stay at the resort. I didn't know if it was going to burn down or not. I trusted him. I saw the fire. I left. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I think
here's another scenario. So what if it was a real virus with 100% lethality? If someone comes into contact with someone who's carrying it, and the person who is carrying it is knowingly opening their business and exposing people to it, do they have the right to do that? Or should they be locked down in that scenario?
Well, then another law might have to come into play, right? Because, you want to protect the individual's right to make their decisions. But, God gives us free will and he gives you rules. And when you break the rules, there's consequences. So in doing that, I believe there probably is another law like that you could do, like when that guy had AIDS and he spit on somebody.
Or there was a case years ago that I covered with a guy who was HIV positive and didn't tell anybody, but had like 30 or 40 different relationships with women or sexual encounters, and didn't tell them that he was HIV positive. He went to jail ultimately for that after.
So there are laws,
right?
Right. There are laws. Like, I'm not going to go and make every single person that has HIV, in a quarantine camp. Like, I don't know. I'm more libertarian when it comes to those types of things. I believe in people to make the right decisions without government coercion and propaganda. I mean, if you were left to your own devices, a lot of times you're going to make the right decision. Even if you're a little bit scared, you're still going to make a better decision than when you're pumped with fear and propaganda constantly, right? You'll somehow go like, oh, honey, I know, I was going to propose to you in Kelowna. Maybe we'll do it in Victoria. Like, and, the guy said it, like, I got to believe him, right? My dad's a fireman. A fireman tells me there's a fire, I'm going to split, right? Unless I think that, it's on purpose and they're trying to steal something. Like, I don't know, like there's different scenarios, but in general, I think people will trust, right? They'll say, yep, I'll drive on the right-hand side of the road. I'll go to this point where you told me to, because that's, because the fire is going this way, take this road. You're going to probably do it. And that's where our government let us down, because we trusted them and they completely were the used car salesman trying to shill vaccines and, stickers and like whatever their grift was, tests, right? Like, like they weren't being honest with us and we trusted them. I trusted the firemen, right? I trust them,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Don't
Yeah,
trust the politicians
and
as
we're
much.
suffering even now because it's undermined trust in our institutions at every level, and it's been exploited by some political for political reasons to amplify that too. And I think even foreign influencers, other countries taking advantage of that, exploiting it. It's really just it's the damage that was done because of all of that will take, I think, generations to filter
Yeah,
out of the system.
and that was really important. That's one of the reasons that I joined the PPC in the first place. I was going and buying the hugs over masks, hoodie for my wife, and chucking in 20s here and 100 there, and in some cases more, in some cases less, and it just didn't seem like enough. And to be honest, I think Randy and I think he was probably the first guy that said what I was thinking, and he led me to Max, right? Like it just, you're following. Then Derek Sloan, I followed a bit, like Belinda. There was a lot of courageous people, right? And then we had our Chris Barbers and our Tamara Lynches and the truckers come out of that. And I just think that we would be better off making our own decisions, and that I wanted this bill to protect people to be able to make those decisions for themselves. If your son died of a suicide, the whole family can go, right? Like if you decide that and everyone's cool, then go to the funeral. You know what I'm saying? That be the pain and suffering of the separation, I knew firsthand. Suicides, people crying, vaccine injuries, you name it. It was, I lost my job. I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, I had to take the vax, and now I've got this twitch and I feel like crap, but I needed to do it for my family. No, it's not right. A lot of those people would have made the right decision and not done it. We wouldn't have been in the financial situation. Well, we still would be, because they still spent money, but that was half of the money that they've spent, right? Like that was enough to almost be all the other prime ministers there. And I just think I believe in people to make the right decisions, right? I don't like HOAs, telling you everybody's got to do this. I understand that sometimes the one neighbor doesn't cut his lawn and stuff like that, right? But it's his right to do it. And, it bugs me, and maybe I'll go cut his lawn for him. I don't know. There's two sides to it always, right? You give everybody too much freedom. Like, dude, I really don't want you to paint, something on your garage, but it's your right. If you want to fly an Irish flag, right, it's your property, right? Like I don't know. I'm just more libertarian that way. I don't want anarchy, right? But I want common sense, decency, and the protection of the ultimate minority, the individual. That's who I want to protect, the individual.
See, right there, you and I are very much in alignment with that, because I'm always talking about individual rights and freedoms. And if we put that as, one of our main areas of focus, then we'll solve a lot of our problems.
Well, we definitely would. We can prevent something stupid like this happening again. I just don't know if people are waking up fast enough to the climate grift. I mean, it's pretty obvious. We know that we have these rape gangs in Europe and no zones and all this stuff, and yet we still are playing games. Hey, let's make 475,000 people. Well, we're only building 250,000 houses. Like, how's that going to work out? Like, our government has to start relying on the individual and get the hell out of the way, right? Let me spend my money, right? If I want a rainbow sidewalk and I think it's cool, and my neighbor said, hey, I want to do it for my daughter, I'm like, well, I don't really agree kind of with what you're doing, but you're my neighbor and I really like you. And here, I got some extra money because the government hasn't stole it all. Here, have a bit, right? I'm going to do it maybe because I like you so much and your daughter's amazing and that happened. Maybe I do it. Probably what I do is give money for the sidewalk to honor our veterans, like like Wild Bill or others that have fallen before us, right? But it's up to me. What am I going to spend it on, right? I want the government out of my pocket, and I want a more free capitalist, free market type system, right? Tax me 20%, make sure I don't get potholes, I don't have illegals, I'm not worried about my house getting broke into, and just leave me alone, right? And if I want to invest in that real estate company that has a great idea in Milton to build a subdivision, and maybe I'll invest in it because I have a bit of money. Maybe I'll play the stocks. Maybe I'll just buy physical gold or silver or, land or something, but give me the money back, right? And make it so that people want to come here because like, I see this opportunity. It's great, man. They're only taxing me 20%. I can set up my business. They got a great education pool. I'm going to start my new factory to do this idea here, right? We want to bring those people in. We want to bring the people in that are going to build a subdivision. We don't want to penalize them with capital gains tax and corporate taxes. We never even had tax before and we survived. How the hell do we have roads and ships and borders and armies without taxes before? Right? Right? And we're not getting our value.
You mean specifically income tax?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because we probably had other tax, but you weren't taxed to the ground.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. Maybe they put too much fluoride and stuff in our food, but a lot of boys there in Boston, and I think it was 3% tax on tea. That was enough to flip the tables, baby. Right here, it's like, 65%, and then just move. Yeah, I'm going to the States. I'm going to open my business there. I'm going to Mexico. I'm going I want to encourage people to come to Canada. I want you to build a pipeline, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll chip in for a pipeline because I know that it's going to create jobs. It's going to make my gas cheaper. It's going to make the products that I buy, that I consume cheaper, right? And I decide, right? If I don't like Bud Light because they've got that lady on there, I vote with my dollar, right? Stop taking my dollar and putting it in and picking winners and losers. Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pick them, right? Bud Light makes a bad commercial. I'm not buying Bud Light because I'm not woke, right? That's it. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way everything should work. If it's condos and people demands for condos, then it'll be there, right? Because people will be buying them. Buddy will put one up. Hey, I'm going to take a chance. I really love the capital gains tax reduction to X. And my personal income, wow, I'm not being taxed a lot. I'm going to go to there. I'm going to build a subdivision. I think I'm going to buy this corner and I'm going to build a condo. And the guy sells out. Well, what does that do? Well, the market's signaling I want more condos, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the guy goes in there and he's got soft sales, well, maybe they really wanted a detached house or a starter townhome. I don't know. The market dictates it, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm with you on the free market, stuff like that. I don't want any foreign aid, right? If we didn't have any foreign aid, we wouldn't even be arguing about Ukraine or Hamas or Israel or anything. We'd be arguing about why BC gets the bridge instead of PEI or whatever, we'd be arguing about Canadian things that affect Canadians, right? So I don't know. That's it in a nutshell. I think 2026 with the Charlie Kirk, right? We're coming in the second half of that.
Yeah.
The FBI story doesn't add up. Right? 3 odd just doesn't stop at your neck. I've seen enough hunters prove it, right? The story doesn't fit. I don't know why it's a drag to ask a question. If you ask anyone that doesn't like to answer questions, usually is hiding something, or sometimes you get badgered, dude, I've addressed this 50,000 times. Why are you doing it again? I understand the frustration sometimes, but really, you should be answering questions, right? Not don't look here, it's this. Well, I got a question about that because that doesn't make sense because of that. So the whole Charlie Kirk thing, it's confusing, just like you said. The official narrative doesn't make sense. And then everybody's speculating. This piece, maybe Candace got this part right, but she got that part wrong. And then Tucker said this. And then, Ben Shapiro said that. And Kirk did this. And it's just, are these really distractions from other things like passing bills like C3 so we don't notice, right? I don't know. I just don't, I don't know what to think anymore. Robert Malone, when he did the BLN talk here in Toronto, a bunch of us went to, talked about 5th generation warfare, right? Mm-hmm. And if you look at some of the communist playbooks or the Bolshevik playbooks, it really is to have you lose faith in your government. And then as you start to take control of the government, you start rewarding criminals and punishing regular citizens that aren't with the narrative, right? And it seems like we're in that kind of 5th generation warfare, attacking the kids with the DEI and the SOGI and calling us racist because we want to say Merry Christmas like we have for 400 years. It's just, there's just so much going on in 2025. I guess next would be like, what the heck's going to happen in 2026 with all this volatility and craziness that we've had in 2025? What do you see? I see precious metals going up. I see the dollar floundering, especially if it's going to keep bailing out the silver shorts. Maybe, like, this isn't a housing bubble derivatives. This is a silver shorts. They keep pumping the money in, like, and then you keep pumping the money in. Well, then the money's devalued, right? So I don't know what's going to happen and exactly, but I would predict that precious metals hold their ground. That we don't see a immigration going down. Like, I just, they talk about it. Oh, it's 473. It's not. I don't see anything happening with the temporary foreign workers unless people actually get pissed off enough and vote with their wallet. I had my first viral video. It was about, I don't understand this country anymore. I don't know about you, but I don't shop at Tim Hortons. I don't go to Canadian Tire anymore, because it's all temporary foreign workers, and the quality's kind of crap too, but mostly those two things combined. And maybe we should have a website, where we can track people, right? Like, there's a Tim Hortons in Quebec. It was a lady on one of my comments. She said, they're all the kids from the high school, and the people in the neighborhood I've known for years. This Tim Hortons is cool. But then you get Grimsby, guy buys 4 of them, fires everybody just before Christmas and hires temporary workers, right? So I started a website on that. I don't know if people will vote with their dollars. I haven't had a lot of time to put into it as much to see what the reaction is. But, 2026, it's going to be what we make it, right? Are you going to get mad enough about what's happening? Are you going to say enough about C9 to put enough pressure, whether it's your guy or not? Right? I'm in a Liberal riding. I'm going to write my MP, right? I'm going to let her know that I don't agree, right? So 2026 up in the air. It's what we do. I predict we're in a recession. I think we've been in a recession for a lot longer than people have thought. And I think that instead of going down a little bit and then coming back up, or I think it's going to be as deeper than the 2008 one. I don't know what the bubble's going to be. Potentially it could be silver with all this paper and the discrepancy between the Shanghai market and this. I don't know. I just started following that again. I sold all my stocks except for gold, oil, and defense, like they're going to start a war somewhere. They've been throwing bombs in Ukraine. Am I going to buy some military stock? So I kept it. I sold everything else. All the Apple, Microsoft, I think I had Nvidia. I sold it all. I'm done. Like, I'm done. I think that we're going to have some economic trouble in 2026. What do you think?
I don't think I want to say anything because people will hate me.
Uh-oh. Well, you know what?
No, it just doesn't matter what you say this year. You're upsetting somebody no matter what you say. And that's what I see coming in 2026 is more division, deepening division, polarization, more of it, especially on the right side or the conservative side of the spectrum. I think a lot of that is going to be driven by increasing attention focused on Israel, Palestine, that whole question. You're seeing it right now within MAGA, because you're seeing like even Ben Shapiro this past week coming out and saying that the right needs to police its own because he's seeing such a rise in like racist comments. And then you're getting all this backlash against him. Even at America Fest, Steve Bannon stands up and a whole series of people got up and criticized Ben Shapiro. So I see this real fracture happening in the MAGA movement in the US, and I see fragmentation, polarization, and division within the freedom movement, the conservative right side of things up here in Canada too,
Honestly, that started in 2023. I did a speech on it in Queen's Park.
Yeah.
We noticed the cracks starting to happen, and that's what my friend said. He said, hey, I got to get a rally together again. Like, we got to pull people together. This guy is doing this and that guy is doing this, and we're just not as effective. And so that was the whole purpose of this rally. It wasn't your 4, 5, 6, 10 20,000 like when Max and Randy at the peak or anything, but you know, we had a couple thousand people show up, and it was important that we got along again. And I don't know, I don't think it's got better since 2023 when in October, when I first started to notice. Well, my friend brought it to my attention. I kind of noticed it, and he said what I was thinking, but I didn't really think it through. And then when he had come to me and explained what happened to the group, it made sense. It's like, yeah, I kind of sensed that, but I didn't have anything tangible until he came to me and said, yeah, this happened, that happened. This group doesn't like this group doesn't like, and it's, I don't know, that's a game they play on us. I don't know how to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a game with respect to all of that. I think it's a symptom of the dysfunctionality of the populist movement, or this neo-populist movement that we have before us right now. That we're living through this rise of the populist movement, but it's a neo-populist thing. It's not like anything we've seen before. But you have so many people from diverse political backgrounds coming in that it is dysfunctional, because during the pandemic, that was the unifying issue. Lockdowns, mandates, all of that. But since then, these other issues, it appeals to some people on the left and other people on the right. But under this tent, now you've got division because of that issue. And then they're just, personality conflicts and pursuit of money.
Oh, there's definitely egos, personality conflicts. It's I was in a band for years and years, the kind of like played in it, managed it, booked gigs, did all that stuff when I was 17, 18 till my first kid was born. And I'll tell you, sometimes it's pretty intense, especially if a drummer sleeps with a bass player's girlfriend. Just saying, it can get a little bit intense, right? And you got to go out and perform, and you still have to hold everybody together. So I've been in those situations. That's probably a very drastic, brutal part of it. But
can we get we got to get your band back together and get a video camera and turn it into a reality show.
Yeah, we could almost be Spinal Tap. We finally stopped going through drummers, and when I first started, I had my cousin, and he didn't want to play anymore. And I had my buddy Ross, I liked him a lot. And then I had a pretty boy, California guy, blonde, blue-eyed, totally like Motley Crue. And then finally we settled on the crazy guy Brian. But they used to chirp us until we had Brian for about 5 or 6 years. We were like Spinal Tap. It's like, who's your drummer this show? It's the California guy. But so I think that people are more alike than they are different, but nobody can be 100% on. I mean, you get it sometimes. Like, I love my wife tons. We're totally on board, and we do stuff that we each other like that drove the shit out of our previous relationships, right? Like, it's just, we got married because, we're very founded in our family and this and that, and then things change a bit or some other differences come. But how you get through that is through respect, and as long as you're not polar opposite, I think more of us are the same, right? You want similar things in your life, right? And it's just, how do we get there, right? And who may not have information they need, or maybe I've been misinformed, or I didn't know something, or maybe I just wasn't strong enough with some of the things that I believe. Like, I don't know, but I always try to find the ground where we can connect, right? Like, and to some extent, you got to talk about the things that you don't agree with sometimes, right? Just for the fact that, okay, I'm double checking, Rick, how do you feel about this again? Yeah, okay, I get it. I still feel this way. Yeah, okay, we're still there. But things might change, right? Mm-hmm. And you just don't beat the shit out of each other about stuff, because at the end of the day, really, it's about us being in a good relationship with each other, whether it's your neighbor, the guy standing in line at the liquor store or the grocery store. We have to get that Canada back where we say hi and help each other out and be able to talk about things without calling people names. I think if we can do that, we'll get out of it. If we just, like you said, it's polarizing, and we start doing the ad hominems and getting our back up right away, not taking a few shots and listening, I think we're going to be in the trouble you think we might get in if we can discuss things civilly, understand that we don't agree on certain things, present our facts, our understanding. The other person listens to you. At some point, you just go, okay, well, that topic is, we're not moving it forward. Let's get to the next topic, right? Like, you want to shoot a game of pool and have a beer? Like, I don't know, like something. And yeah, so I don't know. I think we're in for a little bit of trouble financially with the spending that's going on, and a little worried about the World War III stuff, all the saber rattling. I think that this is. I don't think anyone's going to fight for the bankers' war, so to speak, right? And like, at least from some of the stuff I get from Britain, I don't know about Canada, but a lot of the British are like, you know what? I'm not going away to fight a foreign war and leaving these people here with my women and children. Like, I've heard that a few times. So I don't know, maybe the algorithm's targeting me, but I really don't think there's an appetite with Gen Z for, war. Like, yeah, let's go fight Palestine. Let's go fight Russia. Let's go fight. I really don't think that that'll happen, but I'm scared of the government getting desperate, right? As the economy gets crappier to, try to do something like at the end of the Depression, World War II comes. I don't know. I'm just a little nervous about that. I'm not putting it at a probability of very high. The other thing that could happen in a minority government, but again, we have these floor crossings, we have the Jagmeet love affair with Trudeau. We don't know, but I think I'm at about 60%, maybe 50-50, 40%, there'll be an election in the spring, right? Because this is when we were talking last year, maybe it was January or something, or early February. But I don't see signals like I did last year, right? But I do kind of get a bit of a vibe that it's not a done deal, it's not a settled, it's not a Jagmeet Trudeau love affair. It just, I don't know. Like, I mean, the CPC had the chance to knock the government down, right? They had my face recognition didn't work and I had face surgery. Use a thumbprint, log in, use your PIN. Like, I don't know. I would have tried my best as an MP to stop that government, right? I would have, right? And then, how people screw around and embellish, but there was that picture of the Andrew Scheer hiding behind the curtains and stuff and then Elizabeth May votes for it. And it was just, I think we could have stopped it. And you never know, maybe if the polls change, maybe Scheer will come out from behind the curtain. Maybe the lady's face will be healed and the bleeding of crossing the floor stops. So I'm putting that probability up into the 40 to 60%. What are your thoughts on that? Because I haven't really told anyone that. I just thought about it today.
Well, I'm concerned about what's going to happen. I'm more focused on keeping the country together. And
oh yeah, we have referendums potentially coming in 2026.
So I'm interested in getting your thoughts on all of that, because that was the central issue in the last election. That's what's driving, everything behind the trade negotiations or lack thereof. And that's also creating division among Canadians. I have people who are like longtime viewers, even friends who won't even talk to me anymore because I'm like, I love Canada, and like, F Canada.
Yeah. 21st state. Yeah, like I'm not
right.
So I'm here. I'm in the situation where I'm in an abusive relationship, right? I even said that. You can see some of my speeches during COVID talking about the government, right? Like, what if someone told you they had to look at your phone? What if you were only allowed to go when they said you could go? What if they could say that, and then I go on about all the things in an abusive relationship and then say, well, what's the government doing to us? So I think of it as the government again, but instead of COVID, it's an abusive relationship. It is causing division among the provinces because we are not allowing provinces to thrive, right? So for Alberta, this green scam, SOGI, all that crap, get out of the way, right? Get out. If you want unity, Ottawa needs to be what Ottawa was meant to do. Get the hell out of the way of the provinces. That's your responsibilities for, healthcare,
I think you've got it upside
education.
down.
Huh?
Everybody's got it upside down.
But I don't know that.
You
That's how
continue,
you get,
and then I'll give you my take.
yeah.
Okay.
But that, to me, that's how you get unity, right? And then
No, it's gonna get you more division. I'll explain why. But go ahead.
I don't know. I think that
I'll
if you
explain
let,
because this is just a mistake on the Constitution, but
oh,
and division of powers, and why this approach, even that you're getting from Danielle Smith and the UPC, it's a red herring. It's wrong, and I'll explain why. But go ahead, because I'm interested in hearing it.
I'm probably a little more of a separatist, right? I think I'm almost in the, and not to separate because that's why I'm explaining it like a divorce. Okay. So I've had it up to here, right? Soji shoving this shit down my throat, COVID, taxing the crap out of me. I'm in an abusive relationship, right? Like I feel like my marriage is breaking down, right? And I'm going to go to my spouse and say, look, things aren't working out. I think maybe we should part our ways, right? Like, I don't know what to do. This bothers me, this bothers me, this bothers me, and they're not little things to me. They're really hurting me and really taking their effect on my health and my well-being. And we have to fix this. And Ottawa is never doing that. It's doubling down. It's like your wife's going, it's you, it's not me. You, and we're going to stay together, or however. I feel like, and then the other approach is, oh my gosh, I didn't know you felt that way. Why didn't you say something? Right. And then the spouse starts to think, okay, well, this bugs me and that. So, and then you start to pull together how to save the relationship. Right. But I'm kind of a separatist in the sense that, look, there's a problem and I'm out of here if we don't fix it. Right? Because it calls urgency to the situation. So it's not kicked down the road. Now it's 5 years later and I'm still suffering in my marriage, right? Like I'm not going to hold it in. So I think it's a healthy thing. Do I want them to separate? No, I want Ottawa to capitulate, right? Get rid of these transfer payments, or at least make them more fair, and just get out of the way. Don't give healthcare stuff so that you can tell them and social engineer. I don't want the federal government social engineering. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, is them trying to take all our money and decide where they're going to spend it, whether you're an Albertan that doesn't agree with the way they spend it, or a Quebecer for other reasons. And now potentially Saskatchewan, right? So that's my take on that. I think that it's going to the table and saying, look, I've had enough, right? Like if they have a referendum and say they want to split, and you pack your bags and your wife sees that you're leaving, what is she going to do? Is she going to go realize what she's done? Or is she just like, it's all your fault. Screw you. I'm going to do everything I can in divorce court to screw you. Like which relationship is it? I don't know. But I've been in a few, and I feel like, I feel like the provinces. I feel abused, that my mental health is not, my welfare is not being looked after, and I'm being taken advantage of, right? I compare it to a marriage, right? And I've been through some relationships and a divorce, and, stuff hit the fan, maybe it's the wife that says it, maybe it's the husband, but something's going on. So what's your take on it? Because ultimately my goal is to have Canada together, but I don't want Canada together in a abusive relationship. I'd rather my parents break up and there's sanity. Or my ideal thing is, will my parents make up? Will we find, the magic bullet to fix things? Will mom stop doing this and dad stop doing that? Or will they do this together instead of apart? I don't know what that, I don't have the metaphors for it. But you get the feel of what I'm trying to say with the higher level metaphor.
I get it. Let me ask you this. Why do you think, is Alberta really treated unfairly?
Well, you're telling them, because they've got wealth in the ground, right?
Yeah.
They do. Like, that would employ them. They're being told what to do with their guns. They're being told what to do with their farms. Like, it's an anti-state, and I want the government to back off. So I understand Albertans from that point of view. Get away, get out of here. The government right now,
Okay,
like
but
we did talk
I mean,
about at the
these
beginning,
are policies that are in perpetual debate, not just in Canada, but also in the U.S. And if you want to affect change one way or another, you're going to have to lobby for whatever you believe in. And in a democratic society, those are always issues. But, you know, at the core of it, like, what is it that is so abusive, in your view, that would
okay, you're
justify
taxing.
Alberta separating from the country? And then where does that leave us?
Oh, okay, imagine this, okay, Rick, it's you, my wife, a couple other dudes, right? And everybody's making money. She does this job, makes that much,
No, no, no,
you
no,
know.
no. I don't want a metaphor. I mean, I'm talking about specifics, because here's my take. People in Alberta are being lied to about a lot of this. The numbers are being skewed, whether you're talking about transfer payments. You go back to the Dust Bowl of the 1930s, Depression. The rest of Canada bailed out Alberta at that time because they needed help and Canada stepped up. And then at other times, Alberta has been pumping more money into the Canadian economy. And at other times, it goes back the other way. During the pandemic, for instance, the transfer payments were not
Yeah,
right.
but the difference is now that was a market turn down. That wasn't a
But
government
that's
policy
always the
telling you you
case.
can't
There are
drill.
ups and downs always in the market. So you don't know from one year or one decade to the next where Alberta or Ontario or any province is going to end up. And so, but my point is, when I'm listening to these separatists, they're really not being honest with the numbers they're using, especially when they're talking about the pension. They want to get out of the Canada pension plan and go with an Alberta only plan. And I'm listening to them, and they're lying about the numbers, and they're lying about the the liabilities that come on the payout side. And because they're, just as an example, they talk about subsidizing the rest of Canada, and that's because they're taking the numbers that for the payouts that would be going to beneficiaries, people who paid into the Alberta pension plan while they were working in Alberta, but left the province and live in other parts of Canada now, and then they get they're entitled to the benefits from the pension plan that they paid into through the CPP, right? But they're saying that's Alberta subsidizing the rest of the country because those pension taxes were generated within Alberta. But that's not accurate. The money belongs to the people who did the work, and the payouts go to the beneficiaries regardless. Like if you work for Ford in Windsor and then you move when you retire to BC, you still get your pension money. That's not a subsidy to another province. That's money to you. You have the freedom to move wherever you want to move. They're messing with the numbers. And the reason is because we are in play. And this all comes down to destabilizing the country. It's about the 51st state issue. You see foreign influence in particular, and I'm not saying this is like the United States government in general, but this is MAGA. This is the Trump administration or regime or whatever, and the powerful people within that organization, and they've been at work even when Trump lost after his first term. They were running a shadow government in between. And now they're back in power. And that's, I mean, I've got the video up where they're talking about offering the separatists a $500 million slush fund in order to fund the separatist movement in Alberta. That is foreign influence. The Canadian government can't talk about that much because if they do, they're going to piss off Godzilla and then we'll be frickin' invaded. I mean, it really is that serious. They're using the same narratives, the same arguments, the same manufactured narratives that they're using against Venezuela, against Canada right now. We're a hub for fentanyl flowing into the United States. We have some drug issues up here, but it's nowhere near what it's just not to the level that they're trying to tell us it's at, because they're trying to justify what some sort of invasion or takeover of Canada. You have Tucker Carlson even just recently saying that they need to invade us on humanitarian grounds. I've tried to get Lieutenant Steve Rogers on here because of his SOS campaign. Okay, because of his SOS campaign, where he's been basically trying to, at another level, create a narrative and justification for an invasion of Canada by getting Canadians literally to write letters asking for an invasion. The SOS letter campaign. He's afraid of me. He won't come on here because he knows I'm going to clean his clock if he does, because he's a Lion SOB. And he's working to undermine the integrity of our country. Are you still there? Because it looks like you froze up.
Huh?
Oh, you're still there.
I'm
Okay.
here.
So
Can you hear me?
this is what's going on out in Alberta. And the people out there are straight up being manipulated, lied to. There's an information warfare campaign going out there, the likes of which we've never seen before, at a level that is, we've got Russian influence, Chinese influence, but we also have US influence going on. And it's not right. And if you're going to have a referendum, but but do it so that Canadians decide on actual facts, not a paid for, funded, social media mind warping campaign that's designed to get people pissed off, that's also infiltrating our political parties. Because at the end of the day, we have if Alberta does separate, they won't survive as a province. That's another lie. They will be swallowed whole by the United States within 30 days because they just don't have the population. They don't have the critical mass, but they do have the oil, and Donald Trump wants it. And that's what's in play.
So you bring in interesting points for sure. And then some of them I agree with to some extent and some wholly, but I think you're right. Like my dad a long time ago said that water is going to be precious, right? He didn't foresee AI and all this stuff. He just said, we got a shit pile of water. We got tons of resources. And he was worried that the United States would maybe, if we tried to play hardball, would just say, screw you and take us out potentially. So that is valid. And there is the Monroe Doctrine, which, as studying American history long time ago, I totally get it. Like if I was an American, I'd be the same. Like, this is our sphere, screw this sphere, that let's ensure that this area is safe and that all of us are cooperating. Right on the top looks really great. Implementing it, well, you got Greenland. They'll just we don't like Denmark, we'll do it. Then you got other people like Canada. You got some people like the 51st state, and it's a polarizing issue, right? You do have a situation where we do have resources, and China's trying to steal them. India's trying, everybody, and our government is just taking the handout.
Steal or invest in them because they want access to them. But there's a difference between investing and stealing, and there's a difference between coming in and and through cooperation, enjoying capitalization by bringing in foreign investment to develop resources, which can be actually a good thing, so that you don't have to use tax dollars to do it, as long as communities benefit, our society benefits.
Exactly.
Right. So as long as it's done with balance and it's not just being stolen or expropriated in some way or annexed away. So that's okay.
Well, I'm just glad we didn't sell potash to the Chinese, and I'm not happy with some of the stuff Harper did with regards to that. But let's get back to Alberta. So denying them the right to produce what their economy is built on: oil, natural gas, some extent farming. Like, why are the biggest thing there is the green scam, the trying to push 15-minute cities, the immigration. There's a lot of things that they don't feel are appropriate to be told.
You know what though? This is something everybody misses. It is sort of a scam, but this is the reason Ottawa focuses so much on the environment and taxes related to environment is because of the way the Constitution is written. because provinces do have jurisdiction over resources, but Ottawa has jurisdiction over some taxation, and taxations related to environmental concerns. And so Ottawa overlays environmental taxes onto industries on resources because that's their power. And if you take that away, you're taking away one of the main tools that Ottawa has to tax resources. If you take it away, then it leaves it wholly pretty much in the hands of the province.
But it's not even that. They're like, you're not allowed to build a pipeline. Like, what the hell is that? Like,
yeah, and therein that's also the lie. Okay,
well,
and Polyev, and I'll let me illustrate this for you. Polyev and Carney are both saying the same thing. They're saying it in different ways while they pretend to debate. Because Polyev is citing sections 91 and 92 of the Constitution, which outline the different areas of legal jurisdiction and authorities and sovereignty that provinces have and the federal governments have. Okay, when Polyev says that the federal government just needs to approve the pipeline because they have the authority to do it, he's right. But Carney's not just doing that because he's right as well. He is, in fact, actually doing it through the MOU, or the Memorandum of Understanding. But he's doing it the long way around, and he's doing it in a way that is actually, and I hate to be sitting here defending the guy, okay, but he's actually doing it in a way that he's got the long run in mind. Long run stability to make sure that the pipelines ultimately, when they built, will remain built, and that you're not going to have decades and decades and decades of litigation. Because under the Constitution and UNDRIP, which is now embedded legislatively into the Canadian legal system, the government is compelled to consult with First Nations. What I'm hearing from the conservative side is screw that, just approve the pipeline, ram it through. We don't need to consult. We don't need to do shit. Just build the pipeline, You have the authority to do it. The Americans, meanwhile, as part of their information warfare, are saying Canada isn't even a real country because we can't get pipelines built. That's a big part of the argument out there, but they're wrong. The Constitution does actually afford the federal government the jurisdiction and the authority, the power to simply say, because it's an interprovincial project, the government can just approve it. They can do it. But if they do that without proper consultation with First Nations, you will have lawsuits coming out your wazoo for the next 100 years, 150 years. It won't stop. So Carney is doing the right thing by consulting, but that's not to say that the result of that consultative process in the end is binding. It is not, but he has to go through the process. And I'll tell you this, because he is, at the end of the day, he might be socially progressive, but fiscally, economically, Mark Carney is a goddamn conservative, and he's more conservative and more free market and more forward thinking and smarter than Pierre Poilievre on these economic files, because he's seeing that. Poilievre is playing to the anti-immigration, and even the anti-First Nations. He's playing that card, okay, in order to say, screw all this, we just need to get it done, build it. And I think he's trying to appease the UPC-centric conservatives out in Alberta, which largely control the Conservative Party federally right now. They really do. And they are the tail wagging the Poilievre dog, because they're the ones who put him into power when Aaron O'Toole was ousted as the leader of the Conservatives during the Freedom Convoy, which was an integral part of everything that was going on there, certainly behind the scenes, because Poilievre went out and he was willing to meet with the truckers, but Aaron O'Toole not so much. So he got ousted. He ended up resigning, if you remember what happened during the Freedom Convoy. And so that was a huge part of it. And that led to the leadership convention, where Pierre Poilievre was basically anointed, and he was handpicked by really the powerhouse that is out in the UPC, and it's Ezra Levant, and it's the UPC, and it's that whole machine from out there, all the old Reform Party people. Those are the people who have placed him in power. Max, I mean, he's kind of like out there too, playing his game, with the PPC, and I'm not sure where this leaves the PPC at this point, but that's kind of what's going on. The thing is, if Alberta leaves, they'll be at the mercy of the other provinces. They'll have no way, and the First Nations, they'll have no way to get their pipeline built, because that federal authority to actually get that pipeline approved at the end of the day, whether it's through the Conservatives or the Liberals or whomever is in power, that will be gone, because Alberta will be standing there alone. They can't then say to BC, you're going to build this damn pipeline because it's an interprovincial project. Now it's an international project flowing over an international border. They'll have no way to get their oil to Tidewater unless they really capitulate and do something to convince BC and David Eby and the NDPers out there and the left-wing socialists, and there's lots of them in BC, that pipeline has to be built. And a lot of them out there don't give a damn about the money. They're just ideologically opposed to it, period. So they're just going to say no. They need the federal government. They need to stay within Canada in order to get the pipelines built anywhere in the country. And the federal government can get it done. And I'll put it to you that Carney will do it at the end of the day. If that's what he needs to do, he'll do it to keep the country together, just like a railroad, just like any other national project that's happened in, historically to tie the country together. He'll ultimately do it to save Canada. But not if Alberta separates, and that's what the Americans want, because that will then force them, because they'll never get those damn pipelines built, either north, south, north, east, west. They'll only be able to go south into the U.S., which is where the pipelines are flowing right now. The Americans want that to continue because they're already buying the oil at a discount as it sits now. They don't pay full pop. They're not being nice to Alberta. They never have been. They get it at a discount because they've got them over a barrel, literally. And that John Catsimatidis, the billionaire out in New York, what do you think that ostrich farm bullshit was all about? It's all about the oil and the ag business. And he has the biggest oil refinery in the U.S. Like, he's the biggest purchaser of Canadian oil on the U.S. side. I don't know if you were aware of that or not, but that's all in play. And then he's out playing games out in BC at the ostrich farm, and there was the news conference with Danielle Smith and Doug Ford, and Ford capitulates to Danielle Smith, who's also in league with Ford, and saying nice things about Catsimatidis. I don't know if you saw that news conference, but there was a lot going on between the lines there, and that's because Danielle Smith also knows that Alberta needs Ontario as much as Ontario needs Alberta, because we have the Ring of Fire, we have uranium, we have lumber, we have nickel, we have all kinds of other resources, even salt, right? And so you put all of that stuff on the negotiating table at these upcoming trade negotiations, and Trump is full of shit when he says that Canada doesn't have anything that the U.S. wants. We have a lot that they want, but collectively we have a lot that they want, and we'll get a better deal collectively for Alberta if we are all together. But if they separate the way the MAGA people want, and the way the oligarchs, the oil oligarchs that are funding a lot of what's going on with MAGA right now, if you give them what they want and Alberta separates, they'll have no leverage. They'll have one customer, one way, that's south, and they will be at the mercy of the big U.S. oil companies. And another thing, they will continue to get that damn oil at a huge discount, because right now they have an armada off the coast of Venezuela, which has the world's largest oil reserves, and Trump wants those too. And once they get that oil, which is basically the same quality of crude that they have up in Alberta, they don't need Alberta as much as Alberta needs the United States. And until they get the deal that Donald Trump wants, they ain't going to buy shit from Alberta. They'll be the ones shutting down the pipelines until they get the price that they demand. That's what's going on out in Alberta. And until people wake up, in my view, that's what we're going to be dealing with in 2026.
But we definitely have those referendums, and we forgot to touch that until this point. But you mentioned a whole bunch of things. So one thing is, quickly back to pensions.
Tell you what, let's take a little break, because I need to break, and then come back, and then the floor is yours, and I'll just sit back and shut my mouth.
Well, just listen. I listen to you. I got a couple of points. I didn't want to.
No, it's cool. I went on a little rant there, and I'm eager to hear what you have to say. So hang on.
That's all right. let's have a commercial. We'll be right back.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, we're back, but Michael is missing, so one moment and we will reconstitute on the other side of this.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity. The Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. It custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations. Proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Okay, we're back, and just before Michael takes the floor, I'm just going to give you guys a chance by reading some of the comments in the chat. And I'll say, yes, Rick, 100%. I picked one that was positive toward my comments. That's from Jubilee. Thank you. CBC Brown, I heard Justin and Jagmeet are dating now. They don't have to keep it professional anymore. Cindy says, I'll scroll down to the oil stuff here. Cindy, the U.S. will swallow them whole and spit them out for the billionaires to get wealthier. Greenland doesn't want to be part of the U.S. This is all still Cindy. It's quite arrogant for the U.S. to assume everyone wants to be American. And Sharon says, exactly, Rick, don't blow up this Canadian history of cooperation and conciliation for a warlike society that dominates and controls her people. No exclamation point. That's Trump style. Lots of exclamation points.
Like I get to capitalize it too here and there to really
right.
get that Trump tweet going.
Sharon goes on and says, America, we are sovereign with our own history. Back off.
And I studied American history. They've had some really great, as much as my dad was cynical, I think most of that happened in the 19th century after the central banks took over. Prior to that, I don't know, it seemed like they were keeping their peace and, building and coming to Ellis Island. And we'll make fun of the Irish for 10 years and then they'll be American, and we'll bring in the Italians, make fun of them, and then they'll be American. Like it just, I don't know what happened. It's like all of a sudden it's endless wars since Bush, or even sooner with Clinton and Sarajevo and all that. So
I don't think World War II or even World War I ever actually ended. I think all these wars have just sort of been in a constant state of pause, evolution, fighting over there, proxy war over here. Excuse me, but at the end of the day, they're all still fighting over the same damn stuff. I may die, I may choke to death.
Don't do that.
End of the night.
Got to make it to 2026 and see the mayhem. So
yeah, that's right. So go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. So the crux of, I think, of Alberta, and like, I'm not following everything like crazy like you do and stuff like that. I'm, trying to focus a little more on local, and, people saying that like, hey, my kid moved back, he can't afford a place, right? But there are these issues that are making those problems happen, right? And I think that for Alberta is denying them the right to, to go for it. Why are you taxing the shit out of me for oil? Like, why don't you encourage business to come in and help us build our oil industry and develop our natural gas, right? If Alberta wanted to, without BC, I guess I think they could get to Alaska, right?
Can I just make one very brief point?
Yeah.
Our government gets all the blame, but keep in mind that Keystone XL pipeline, that was canceled not by our government. That was Biden that canceled that. So that's the U.S.
Yeah, because he's part of the climate grift. Right? If people can't see that it's not red and blue.
But I would also argue, Michael, that the climate activists, the environmentalists, some of those are fronts for the oil industry, because what they do is they take money from the oil industry to then protest on environmental issues in order to prevent pipelines from being built. And they there's all this kind of weird, backwards, upside down stuff going on, fueled by money, so that people who say they're black are actually white, and people who say they're red are actually blue, and they're working against the very things that they say they're working for. But go ahead.
It's basically a controlled opposition, what you're saying. Mm-hmm. But I personally like it is. They're opposing that, and they're pretending they're for it, right? Like right. So anyways, denying them the right to do that, I think, telling you what to do, taxing you like crazy, those things, they hit me home, and I'm in Ontario like you. I'm starting to get pissed off, okay? I'm maybe even not going to, say, hey, we should separate, because I don't know. I'm not there yet. But, and with regards to Carney, I believe it's Bill C9 or C8. I always goof them up. But there's a clause that says national interest, screw you. And there's no laws, there's no regulations. I wish I had it memorized better. I read it much more thoroughly about 6 weeks ago, but I remember that flagging that. If you deem it national interest, and therefore all regulations, municipal codes, anything gone.
That's so they can get a pipeline built.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that's what he's doing right there, right? He's going to bulldoze. Right, but I'm scared of that, because we're all like, "Hey, we can."
That's exactly what Polyev is asking for.
Yeah, but like I said, they're both doing the same things. I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm just saying, like that. That's a scary bill, right? That's a scary bill, and if that's the motivation,
that could be, or the narrative surrounding it is maybe being funded by U.S. oil, so that we get scared. Because that's going to give additional leverage to the federal government to actually push through and get a pipeline built.
Well, I just don't get why Brookfield can have pipelines in Brazil or Venezuela or wherever it is, and we can't, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. China's building coal factories like one a day or two a day. And what are we doing? We're shooting Alberta in the foot, right? And Quebec government's shooting them in the foot too, because they've got some resources. I know they rely a lot on their hydroelectricity, but there's a lot more there. And I'll bet you could get some Newfoundland, we have resources, and we're not allowing the people to live free to do it, right? We're not encouraging the investment. I'm not a climate alarmist. I'm an environmentalist. I get that, yeah, this is going to change. Oh, what if there's a spill? Well, I'm an environmentalist. I want to see the safeguards built into it. I want to see that this is what they say it is, right? Hey, it's going to last forever. It's going to do this. It's going to do this to the economy. Okay, well, I'm getting your logic. Let's do it, right? I don't want to build a PCB or a wicked chemical plant on Lake Nipissing. I don't. I'm an environmentalist. That's a bad idea. 180 countries or 100 or 98, whatever it is, they wouldn't let it happen either, right? I'm that type of environmentalist.
Conservationist.
I don't see a pipeline being any more dangerous than an oil tanker or a train, right? What I see is efficiency and actually probably less chance of issues, especially if you have mitigated the risks. You know, what if this happened? What if that happened? Have you thought about a 100-year flood? Have you thought about this, right? I'm a practical environmentalist. Are you going to answer my questions and are you going to address them so that the environment is safe, right? I get more money in my pocket. And when I get more money in my pocket, my healthcare gets better. Because then I got some money to spend on it, right? Because I'm making money. So that's why I think Albertans are frustrated, just like most Canadians. And they might be pushed more to the top because they feel that their money is being given to the little brother that already has a great job, right? Quebec, right? Like Max said, you should put the hydroelectric in there and they're just as profitable, right? Like they shouldn't get a handout, right? And so that makes you mad. I'm working hard and I'm giving my money away. My neighbor's saying that too for different reasons, right? Like he's like, hey, why am I paying for this immigrant to work at that job? And I worked here all my life. Like, what's going on? Hey, my daughter can't get a job. What, huh? And I go to Tim Hortons and it's all temporary workers, or, those scenarios are happening. And they feel they're not in control of any of it because of the mass immigration. They feel like they don't have that control. Quebec kind of does because they're smart. Max is right. All the provinces should do what Quebec does and use your rights, right? If you want to control that immigration like Quebec, you actually have that right, if I'm correct, in the Confederation documents, right? And when you're division of powers, you should be able to control that. If you want all French people in there, great. You're a French province. It's you. If Alberta doesn't want 50,000 billion people, then they should have that right to do it. And I'm not sure that's their touch point. And we did the thing about the pensions. I don't know enough about it except the fact that Carney is scaring me because like I said, I've been following a little more finance lately. And it seems like the way he did the budget, the way this guy explained it, and if I understand correctly,
this is the Asia finance guy or whatever.
No, he wasn't an Asian finance guy. He's much more bigger on the silver. So once silver was on my radar, so I found him and I'm going to follow him for a bit. The other guy was just a random, really great article on X, and it explained how he's playing tricks with our pension and some of the deals made with the green deals. So he's now collateralized our pension. That's not the government's money to put in there. That's a liability, not an asset.
Sorry,
right?
Repeat that.
So I think if I understood the guy's thesis correct, he's stating that Carney played with the books to make our pensions collateral. They're not a liability, right? That's the high level of what I understood with the way he did it. And then he's using that as collateral to do other projects, right? So that was his take on it. And I just found it very interesting. And I wanted to share it with you, right? Because maybe there is some credence to their pension woes. I don't know. I don't know the Alberta side of it as much. And that's the one article that I read, right? The guy had a good blog. I read it. It was maybe 10-minute read and it was really good. And I felt confident in what he said. So I'm kind of nervous about that, right? And I'm also nervous the fact that my aunt and other ladies like her worked for 40 years and they're being inflated out of their houses, right? Like, so there's a lot going on there and frustration. I don't know exactly what Alberta's tipping point is, maybe they're, we put up with more crap here. I don't know why they're as upset, but I can understand the upset a bit, right? I'm not saying I'm all for it. I do feel like we're in an abusive relationship. Sometimes you got to leave those. So that's kind of where I am. I'm a little more on the greener side of the yellow on that. I'm probably more in favor of the separatist movements for the fact that they're being mistreated, in my opinion. I think, obviously like my dad said, everyone's lying. Doesn't matter what side. The Alberta side for independence. My dad said, follow the money. You followed a bit of the money. It could be doing some of the counter protests. Hey, we want to stay rich in the States. Don't build that oil field. Like, I don't know, right? You've seen those tricks with Rockefellers and other people and robber barons in the past. So there could be some credence to that. And I'm just really nervous about that, of national interest. So what if it's of national interest to bulldoze my house down that I lived in all my life, right? Like that happens
all the time, though, Michael. That's always happened in every country, everywhere, all the time.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I believe in bulldozing something. Like I mean, if there's a legitimate claim, like maybe
if you need to put a highway through, and your house is in the middle of the project, then what does a government do? They expropriate. But in Canada, because you have property rights, they don't just take it and they don't just bulldoze it. They pay you fair market value for your property and maybe even more in order to facilitate you moving and resettling someplace else. It happens all the time.
But you're still taking away my neighborhood and where I grew up, right? You're dispersing everybody, right? Like I'm just saying, I have some empathy towards that. Right. But what they did, and I think it was an Asian country, I don't remember, a guy wouldn't sell. Their laws were very strict on property rights. They built the highway around him. Like literally the guy is surrounded by a highway.
Yeah.
Like he has one way out. That's it. Like, so they just said, you don't want to sell. They moved it over slightly this way, went like this, and the guy's like completely surrounded.
That's a choice.
So, yeah. And it's like, I don't know what to think of those exactly, but I'm very empathetic. Because I know there's so many seniors that want to stay in their house, right? Maybe that's why I'm so empathetic. They've been there for 30 years, right? And they're having rent evictions, right? That's what really started to give me the empathy, because the guy's lived here. Now the land developer wants to buy it, kick everybody out, or he's going to renovate it so he can raise rents. Or it's just, I don't know. Just if you're in a place and a community for so long to be uprooted, I'm a bit empathetic to that. I'm not sure how valid some of the Indigenous claims are, so don't go through the burial site, or I don't know what those things are, but I am somewhat empathetic to trying to find a solution to it, right? Like, is it really that big a deal if we move to the left? Like, is it as easy as to move to the left a bit and it costs a little bit more? And now, this community is, environmentally safer, or you didn't dismantle it. I don't know. I just really get nervous with that. I want to, it's like we were talking about the National Guard. I really want to see a change. You see all the corruption and everything, but you open a Pandora's box by Trump putting in National Guard. So I see this, national interest clause in that bill. It's giving me a yellow flag. Like, I don't know if it's a red flag, because I don't know what you're going to do with it exactly, but it's dangerous, right? And I think Trump's set that precedent by putting the National Guard in there. It has to be demonstrationable or demonstrational. I never pronounce
demonstrable.
Demonstrable. Yes, I've got to speak with a bit of an accent.
That's a monster of a word.
Yeah, well, I just think of monster trucks and bring a marshal there. This guy
nice too, yeah.
Oh yeah, but that scares me. Like, I just don't like the government having a lot of power, right? I don't like it. I don't like them having the only guys with guns. I don't like them taking our money. I don't like them being able to just buy your property and say it's of national interest, or shut down your business because, there's a virus that you have a 99.8% chance of surviving. Like, I get nervous, So I don't know what to think about the separatists. I'm a bit more empathetic because I feel that we're all in an abusive relationship. And if just saying something fixes it, that'd be great. But if it can't be fixed, then maybe they got to go. And maybe there's people pushing them, it's your husband's I saw him with so-and-so, someone putting it in their ear, right? The mother-in-law telling your wife, he's an asshole. Like, I don't know. That could be the oil guy trying to fund the climate activists. I don't know. Like my dad said, there's a lot of lies out there, and in between them all, there's little sifts of truth, right? So that's for our audience to figure out, right? We've hopefully told them some things that make them think, or confirm, like, hey, I thought that. Like, that's exactly what I thought. Or like, dude, you're off base because of this. I don't know, but that's what free speech is about, right? Like the end of the day, we talk and
What if it's Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, and Donald Trump having a menage a trois?
Oh
my God. I'm sorry.
That-
Now you can't unsee what I just put in your head.
I just don't think that would be as believable as Katy Perry and Jagmeet and Trudeau. Like, I think that's more realistic, as equally gross, and I can't unsee it.
Well, at least I left Max out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spared him.
Thank you. We'll leave him alone. Oh yeah. Speaking of Max, so there's this guy. I love this thing. I'm gonna plug my friend's product because my wife loves it. I love it. It's called Performance Drink, and it's literally oxygenated water, and it's amazing. Like, I've been drinking it. I don't drink at parties anymore, and I'm not saying do that, right? I drink. I love this stuff. She sleeps better, and it's, instead of having a coffee like, hey, I'm awake, and I'm jittery, it's almost like it clears your head. For me personally, like, other people have different things,
yeah.
And he has some parts of it. And so Max is like, okay, gave him a case, right? Here's a case. And, Max is a big runner. He's in marathons and half marathons. So he takes it and he has his best time. I know he's not training any different. And my buddy had a guy go climb up the Himalayas, and it was bringing his oxygen levels up. Like, so you go up so far and the oxygen is less and less, but you're drinking the water. So it's almost like it made up for a level or two. It's just, I don't know what to say. It's a performance drink. I don't know the thing to plug it or whatever, but Max gave it a shot and he had his best time ever.
Where do I get some of this oxygenated?
I gotta find it. I'm gonna text you after this,
okay.
Or if I can find it. It's I'm buying it at in Burlington. So there's some people in Milton and places like that go there. It's like water for you at Walker's and New. And I buy the jugs. It's expensive though, dude. You're talking $45 a jug, right? But we cut out other stuff to pay for it.
For water?
Oh yeah, it's
for water and air.
Oh,
I thought it was bad when I had to put a toonie in the air pump at the gas station to pump up my tires.
Is it a toonie now? Oh, they might as well just have a credit card, like the way inflation's going. Like, here, just, we don't know what it is. Just
I'm pretty cheap. I pretty much just about got down on my hands and knees and put my lips on the nipple.
Yeah, but no, it is expensive. My wife and I tried it, and then we were also what we did is we had kombucha tea and another kind of like product that we use instead of pop or whatever, and you get ginger and this and that, and it worked pretty good. I felt pretty healthy, but we decided that this had a bigger impact on us than this expensive pop we're buying, like water, this ginger water and this thing, and this is Aki berry and detox stuff. So we switched it. So I don't know, it's a little pricey, but I don't know why I thought of it. It was like, just because we were making fun of everybody and you spared Max, and it just reminded me that he ran a marathon, right? Like, I don't know why I thought of that, like this gross image to he ran a marathon, but I just thought I'd mention that for my friend. I don't know. It's just, I really like the product. Maybe it's like, in my head, I don't know, but I haven't run a marathon like he did, but I do sit and do work, and clears me up, especially first thing in the morning when I have a good go before my coffee. So just saying, I wish I had a bottle.
Can you make your coffee with the oxygenated water and have the oxygen still present at elevated levels after you heat it?
I wanted to do that, and my wife said it was too expensive to make coffee with. Right? So we just use the Berkey for the coffee. And she's like, oh, I don't want to have a big jug a day, but let's not move into the coffee area. Let's keep using the Berkey. So yeah, she ictioned that one. So I just have a big gulp and drink my coffee. But I don't know. 2026 is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. My predictions for 2026 are going to be similar to yours on the division, the polarization. But I do have some potential faith that people are waking up, like, because of the finance. And I think that we're definitely in a recession. If they don't call it, then I think it's crazy. Something's going on with silver. Like, if there's, is that a big asset bubble that could domino? I don't know. I just don't think I think 2026 will be volatile. And on the bad side of the economy. That's from the, that I don't know what to say about DEI or SOGI or this or that. I think people are fighting back. You've got the land acknowledgements.
Did you freeze up there? I think maybe we lost you for a moment. Is Michael back? He definitely froze. Earth to Michael, Earth to Michael. Let's take a little break and we'll come back and wrap up on the other side. Don't go away.
Greetings, brave mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
But my computer.
And we're back. Michael returns. You had an internet glitch.
Yeah, let's go for our predictions. We got to do our predictions.
Yeah. So I'm going to throw it over to you. Clock is ticking, and we still have quite an audience here tonight because you've been such a great guest and very engaging, and it's been a great conversation. So let's bring it home strong and give us your final thoughts tonight.
So let's do it. So just to recap, we've addressed issues facing Canadians from crime, healthcare waits, cost of living, you name it. We've talked about that. And we also talked about the fact that our bills don't reflect Canadians, right? And we also WTF 2025, what happened? What, we've gone through a lot of crazy things from Charlie Kirk to the election to the separatism, and it's crazy. So predictions for 2026, I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't know if I'm right or not. Maybe we'll get together next year and chirp each other or pat each other on the back. But I personally, the economy, I think is going to be not good. I just have this feeling. I think there's games going on in silver. Silver could hit 100 or more Canadian. Well, that's probably at about 100 now, 98. You could see $150 silver. You could, or you could see it go back. I think it's stabilizing where it is. From a gold perspective, I think it's found its floor, its spot. We keep printing money. So as our dollar devalues itself, especially with the budget, I think that precious metals will continue to be strong in the next year. Unemployment's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. I've already seen it. I called the recession around last year or just before the election. I was noticing things, friends getting laid off, things like that. I thought, this is kind of weird. It feels like 2008 a bit. So I'm thinking we're probably at some point, potentially maybe 50-50, 60-40, that the silver bubble or a real estate bubble may put us in a pretty bad recession. I think so. With regards to wars, I don't know. It seems like we're just going to keep funding all the stuff. I'm scared when they want to conscript people. They're appealing to gun owners that they pissed on for years to sign up for his reserves. So I don't know. Something's going on with that. World War III, the war beating the drums, Venezuela. I have a feeling something could happen. I'm really hoping for peace in 2026, but it looks like Venezuela might be imminent for reasons you said as well. The resources, not the real tagline drugs. And I just think, I don't know, I'm unless we do something with our immigration, and stop spending the money. I think we're in for a rough year financially. Unemployment, and the devaluing of our dollar. Like, we're not going to be able to buy as much. Inflation, I don't care if they say it's 2% now. They don't include certain things that affect our daily lives, right? They bundle
sure.
it
Yeah,
different.
it's always higher than they say. Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's higher than it is. I don't know exactly how to calculate it myself, but I know that they always only give you the tip of the iceberg, and then there's stuff hidden, right? And, even when you have 5%, it's probably 10, right? And they tell you 1, it's probably 2, right? So I think we're going to have that cost of living issue going into 2026, and that's about it for me. Like, that's the economy. Politically, maybe we're starting to get to 50-50 for a spring election. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on the conservative popularity or however they make those decisions, but it's still possible, and maybe a little bit heated. If the polls keep going up for the conservatives, they might pull the trigger. And then socially, wow, it's insane. The crime, the laws. I just don't see the police able to crack down when they keep letting the guys out that they catch. So I think that'll continue. The crime will continue. And over to you, Rick. What are your predictions?
More division. I see AI having an incredible impact in 2026. 2025 was a milestone moment in the development and deployment of AI. It will be developed at an exponential rate, and it's going to impact our society in ways that no one has foreseen. That's going to impact the job market extensively. You're going to see, because of that, a political campaign very quickly, maybe within weeks, focused on UBI, Universal Basic Income, probably this new bill that is
I think it's S206.
Yeah, which is to develop a framework for UBI, and you're going to see a campaign against it, and you're going to see that's going to bleed over into 2026. I think that the people behind that campaign will have a hidden agenda, and some people will be very sincere about it, but some of them will have a hidden agenda to prevent people from receiving social benefits through UBI, which will be potentially needed because of the disruption in the jobs markets in 2026 and beyond. Not that I'm in favor of UBI in general, but we're going to need to do something because a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. It's going to be very disruptive. And I don't know how governments around the world will be able to respond to this in an effective, efficient, and humanitarian way. So hold on to your wallets. But even as all of that happens, it may be an opportunity, and it may actually lead to more prosperity because of enhanced productivity. It's very hard to say. I just don't know. I'm worried about World War III as well, and AI is going to affect that. They're already using AI in ways that they're not even telling us on the battlefields. Just yesterday, we saw, I think for the first time, a fighter jet flying around in Turkey, F-16s, and being flown entirely by artificial intelligence, no pilot on board, and not by a remote, like a guy with a joystick. It's just the computer flying the plane. So there's that going on. Also predictive AI through our AGI, where they're able to predict the movements of troops so that they know where they're going to be before the troops get there. Things like that. Being able to predict the future with AI, literally. So that's already being deployed in ways that we're not really being told about, but I know it's a real thing. So there's all of that. So 2026 is going to be an exciting time to be alive, but it's also going to be a really it's going to be a roller coaster of a ride, and I don't know where it's going to all end up. And I do see deepening divisions along these lines of race, culture. These will be the things that they convince us to fight over, but it won't really be about those issues. It's going to be about oil, energy, money, power, division of land, and it's going to be a march toward What I keep saying is the true globalism, the true new world order that people are being distracted away from, and that's Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump primarily, with some of the secondary players also coming into league here to carve the world up into spheres of influence, which is a reconstitution in a way of the Monroe Doctrine, but it really is more related to the Trump philosophy, the MAGA philosophy, the America First philosophy, which is also predicated on the philosophy of Alexander Dugin, which is, ties right directly into the Kremlin and the existing Russian government. And that's why his work is required reading by the Russian military. And that's all having a heavy duty influence on this neopopulism, this rise of the right, the war against liberalism and progressivism globally, because it's the other side of the globalist movement. It isn't just the WEF and the WHO. It's also the St. Petersburg Economic Forum and these other countries in the East that are part of all of this as well. And they're tied in. They're all in it together. They got a big club, and we ain't in it.
Yeah.
And we barely even understand it because they don't tell us everything. You really have to start to peel back the layers of the onion to get to the rot.
Oh, yeah. And like, again, it brings back to my dad always saying, the government, they're a bunch of liars, and you got to figure out the pieces of truth yourself, right?
Yeah.
Because I'll never forget 1980, getting all, propagandized, Russia invaded Afghanistan. And then my dad just ripping it, Iran-Contra, and just throwing it back at me. You think they're any better? You think they're any better than the British? You think these guys, and you just throw it at me that, yep, they're all lying. So, Rick, let's hope that we can see through it and have discernment.
Yeah, well, I'm really grateful for you coming on tonight, Michael. It's always fun to talk to you, and these are great conversations because you're respectful and you're open-minded, and at the end of the day, I think you're a pretty reasonable, level-headed guy who just wants common sense policies, very much like me. So we're in alignment on a lot more things than we're opposed to, even though there may be nuances that we don't agree on. We really are working toward the same thing, you and I. So I appreciate you very much.
And I appreciate you too. Thanks so much. And if anyone's interested at michaelbator.com, you can go michaelbator.com and just click stuff, or go /follow and find Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff. And Rick, always a pleasure. Thanks for having me on after the debate. I was pretty depressed when they didn't let me debate. I mean, working hard for 4 years to get to that stage, and they denied it to me.
Yep.
And you gave me a voice. So I do appreciate that.
That's what this place is all about, giving voice to the voiceless and defending individual rights and freedoms and pursuing the truth. And that's why I'm going to leave everybody with this tune tonight. One of my favorites from Maverick and the News Brothers. It's all fake, because we've been talking about 3i Atlas, drones, UFOs. You can't tell what's true, real and not real anymore. So with that, folks, I'll see you back here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Michael, again for joining us. And I will see you all tomorrow on the flip side.
Charlie's alive. Elvis flips burgers on the Lower East Side. 10 Trumps mask up on your phone. Shilling mean coins by remote drone. Graphene needles in your veins. Chemtrail sugar fries your brain. George Floyd's American hologram pie. Don't trust your lying eyes. It's all fake. It's all fake. The moon is a hoax. Give your head a shake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Your mama's a lizard. You're dead.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.